Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo at 8:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on July 26, 2026 until March 26, 2028. This is an 18-and-a-half-month cycle that is happening. Okay, so if you don't know what a node is, the nodes, they're mathematical points in the chart where the moon's orbit will intersect the sun's path. These nodes, they dictate the karmic cycles of our lives. Some say that North Node, it points you toward your purpose in life. When you're looking at the North Node in your chart, in your birth chart, you need to use the definition of the sign and the house to figure out how to examine or define that North Node. For example, the North Node in Taurus in the 9th. It would also be compared to the North Node in Sagittarius in the 2nd. Because Taurus is the 2nd house in astrology, okay, to give you a little bit of an indication there. This North Node in Aquarius that we're speaking upon at this moment, it happened in 2007. So if you can think back in 2007 of what changes you made or what changes you needed to make, it was an 18 to 19 year cycle. You may revisit some changes or have a do-over of what needed to be changed. Aquarius North Node is out of the box thinking, is revolution and revelation. It is ruled by Uranus and Saturn. Uranus would be the modern astrology, and Saturn would be the traditional astrology ruler. Aquarius, it rules that 11th house in astrology. So we're talking about social media, the masses, how you socialize in a huge way, more than 3 people. Aquarius is also considered extreme. It does represent strength in numbers, which could cause some world events that happen. How are you in your current community? Do you want to change communities or groups, clubs, affiliations, who you're connected with? These questions would come up. You being a part of community would come up. Leo, which will be the opposition to this North Node, which is considered the South Node, is the individual's ego. And all about me in a negative perspective. The South Node is where we shed and we will be letting go. But we will be letting go of that individual to come together in a team or a group to find our true path and change on a bigger scale. Leo is also considered dramatic. So there could be some dramatic world events that happen, passionate emotions that will arise. Leo, it rules the 5th house in astrology. So you could see changes within your connections to love, what makes you happy, fun, enjoyment, overindulgence. This configuration is to give us a higher perspective. You will need to see both sides of a situation or detach your emotions for that revelation. Awakenings are happening for the masses, and they are overindulging in fun and drama throwing childish fits. The inner child is also Leo. Jupiter will also be in Leo for the next 13 months of the South Node being here. It will expand our knowledge and teachings. Also, greater insight on workings of that inner child. So honestly, professionals that are in psychological work, they will do very well during this time. This configuration is asking you to be a trendsetter, help others, connect with like-minded individuals. Our intuitive guidance will be changing. Questions will arise of how can I help the masses, or how can I help that group, club, or affiliation. Also, am I willing to let go of my ego's need to survive? That survival mode will come out of everyone and help you realize that maybe you're just overwhelmed by others' energetic need to survive. Their frequency could be coming through, and that could be your enlightenment. Delegation is a thing when it comes to this configuration, because it will make you see that you need help. It will make you see that it is easier to be an owner rather than a manager. Also, networking is a theme. In 2007, when this North Node in Aquarius happened, we had certain situations that happened. We had mortgage crisis in the U.S. The first iPhone was released by Apple. The first female speaker of the House, which was Nancy Pelosi, right? Climate change awareness was released by Al Gore. And Harry Potter released their last novel of Deathly Hallows. So just something to think about and go over within your mind's eye of what was I doing back then that could be repeated or needs to change or have a do-over during this time. I'm going to go over all the signs. Please watch your sun, moon, and rising sign to get a full picture of how this is happening in your world. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype the video. And I'll see you soon. Hi Aries, I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this North Node in Aquarius that's happening in your 11th house. And the South Node happening in Leo. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe and hype the video. Okay, so the 11th house, it deals with hopes, dreams, wishes, rewards, and gains, networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations, community, goals, friendships. This is also what you would consider freedom. 11th house being in Aquarius. Older siblings are here, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. Technology is here. This is where you could feel a detached notion that it's time to detach from whatever is in that South Node. Okay. So with the North Node in Aquarius, it could be that you are being pushed or nudged toward having more of a community surrounding you. And not just a community, but those of like-minded individuals that connect with you on a deeper level. This could be a community that brings in some type of revelation or revolution that comes through with the masses, or that comes through to change something in regards to where you're living. This could also be a situation of your hopes, dreams, wishes being, how can I say this? Not necessarily managed, but more or less of you having to delegate your workings to other people so that you can accomplish and have success with your hopes, dreams, and wishes that are coming through. This would be you asking for help from other people, or this could be that you are just delegating the workload that you've been going through thus far to others that help you accomplish your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. Such as if you own a business, this could be you hiring people that manage that business so that you can actually become an owner of that business. This could also be a situation of the push and pull effect that happens with an opposition. An opposition isn't necessarily bad, but it's so that you can level out the energy or balance that energy. So, if you've been having any type of financial trouble, any type of love trouble, friendship trouble, okay, this is where it would be shown that either you need to detach from your emotions and let things play out as need be and let go of some type of control that is happening, or this could be a situation to where you are being asked to change it, whether that is in a dramatic way or a way that brings some type of revolution to the problem, okay? Or revelation to the problem. You have to remember that Mercury is retrograde right now. I'm trying. But with this North Node in Aquarius, you are also being required to step back and look at things in a different manner. Aquarius has a way of helping you understand your mind, body, and soul. Okay? And a lot of people don't talk about Aquarius this way. But when you have Aquarius in the 11th house, you are being asked to see the situation as a flowing situation, such as you will end up meeting the right people, or you will end up being in the right place at the right time, divine timing, trusting in faith, trusting that things will happen as they need to and play out as they need to so that you are not overwhelmed. Aquarius, it is ruled by Uranus in modern astrology. And Uranus has this shocking effect that can happen. Okay. This shocking effect can be, a friend does this to you. Therefore, you are left with, what do you want to do next? Okay. Or this lover did this to you. And you are left with, well, what do you want to do next? Because the next ruler of Aquarius is Saturn. Saturn can show people lessons, or it can show a person how to structure and discipline themselves when it comes to situations of the 11th house, networking, clubs, groups, affiliations, making your dreams come true, your socialization of who you're connected with, networking, okay? With Uranus being the definition, if you have not watched Uranus and Gemini, please do, because this will associate itself with the North Node in Aquarius, okay? Because it will be there for the next 7 years, right? And this is only an 18 and a half month transit, okay? So Uranus and Gemini will have a say on what's happening. So let's look at Uranus and Gemini, okay? Uranus and Gemini in that third house, we're talking about communication, groups, clubs, and affiliations mixed with communication, mixed with maybe certificates that are needed, small education, licenses, permits. A third house is also siblings, ideas, documents, short distance travel. It can be youthful, okay, because third house is ruled by Gemini in astrology. It can be youthful. It can be moving or movement, media and writing, skills and learning abilities. This also includes people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, siblings. Okay. The environment that you grew up in is here. Your mindset is here. Okay. So with this, mixed with that North Node, you are being asked to change the way that you think in regards to your networking ability, structure and discipline, some type of networking or group affiliation that needs to happen. Like I said, it could be delegation. This could also be a situation of communication coming through about your hopes, dreams, and wishes coming true. Now, some people can handle that and some people cannot, right? And whenever something happens that is shocking to the nervous system, okay, because we're talking about Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, so it will hit that nervous system, and it could be a shocking situation of, wow, I never thought it would happen this fast, or I never thought that this would happen. Okay, and this is to prepare you for any such situation that could happen within that 11th house. All right, prepare yourself for the things that are possible. If you have this goal or ambition, if you have this thought process of how you want things to be, there is a detail orientation that needs to happen amongst that so that you get to where you need to be or can handle what happens if that hope, dream, wish comes true. This could also be a situation of you just getting a pen and paper, writing out your manifestation, writing out the process of what you want to do, where you want to be, how you want to delegate situations within that hope, dream, and goal. Okay? This could also be a situation of, those people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors that are either helping you or they offer you some type of situation, okay, that could be compared to your hope, dream, or wish, or it could just open up a door for new networking abilities, right? People that know people that can help you, you know what I mean? But it could also be a situation of they present you with a proposition that helps you fulfill a hope, dream, or goal, or helps you be entered into a new type of community connection. Okay. Third house with Uranus can bring in shocking changes of having to move. All right. And this puts you in a place, remember, going with the flow is a thing with this configuration. So this puts you in a place of a new group, club, and community. Things happen for a reason so that you can be associated with the right people for the path that you're on. If this happens, detach from your emotions. If there's a situation that is too emotional, detach from your emotions as much as you can to understand the reason behind the situation, right? I do want to look at Saturn. Let me grab another pen here. I run out of pens all the time, so let's look at Saturn in Aries. And it is also affiliated with the 11th house because of Saturn being the traditional ruler over Aquarius. First house is considered your identity. It is also considered the way that you look, your image, your physical body, the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, as I said, self-leadership and governing, and self-autonomy, how you lead yourself within the world. That is going to change. The way you look is going to change. Because you might have this connection, deep soul connection with those people, those new people, networks, clubs, and affiliations that will be coming to you, that you decide to look like your authentic self. Aries has a way of showing you your authentic self. Aries is also very quick. It is youthful also, just like Gemini. So it could bring back some energy to you, some structured energy, because we're talking about Saturn. Saturn could also be teaching you lessons about who you are as an individual. And this could be how you connect with those people. Okay, those people in groups, clubs, and affiliations that you're trying to find yourself, or you're trying to heal yourself from past situations. We're going to look at the South Node. The South Node being in that 5th house. This could be situations that you're healing in regards to childhood, the way that you have fun. This could be healing situations of, your dreams come true. And sometimes that could be a traumatic event because you never expected your dreams to come true, Oh, goodness. But it could be that healing that's happening in regards to dreams coming true. And now you are capable of having fun again. Leo, the 5th house, is love life, is fun, sex, and talents and genius, your God-given talent and genius. Children, joy, hope, and optimism. This is motivation, celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Pets, dating, pleasure, creativity. Now, some could have some type of news about whether or not to keep their children in school, because we have school with Gemini. Those are teachers. And the 11th house is those groups, clubs, and affiliations, right? So that includes any type of socializing with school. And this could be where you're letting go of maybe being on PTO, or being on, I think it's called PTO, Mercury is retrograde, being on some type of event situation that happens at school with your children, or, your school, because you are here with your God-given talent, and you could be changing your major. You could be changing situations of dealing with friendships, okay, that you have that are connected with maybe your children, maybe a lover, changing situations of dealing with a certain type of love situation. And this could be a pattern that's happening from that inner child healing that's coming out. So this could be a pattern that you notice, that you always get with the person that cheats on you. Infidelity is the 5th house. It could be that you consistently get with people that have a huge ego, or you consistently get with people that are stuck in survival mode, or that they are full of themselves, right? This could be a time to where that is released and understood, okay? Understood with that pattern, and there's healing coming through. With this South Node being here in Leo, you know, things are going to get dramatic. And it could be that you're trying to let go of a relationship and drama comes. Or it could be that drama is within groups, clubs, and affiliations, and it's time for you to set your eyes on some other way to connect, right? This could also be a revolution that happens, or a revelation that happens in regards to you understanding your socializing ability, or you understanding people, okay, and the way that they work. They could show this to you, Aries. They could show pieces of themselves that come up as like red flags, or come up as understanding the situation more of their inner child. It really depends on if you are a person that has, you know, looked at their shadow of the inner child and worked on it. Okay, usually those people had problems with their parents, or they were trying to understand situations of parenting. And that's when they face that shadow, right? But you could be seeing this in other people. It could be something that awakens you to the fact of you need to either detach and sever that relationship, or you have this desire within you to connect with those people that have been through similar situations as you, because that inner child comes up in everyone right now, okay? And this could be that you are understanding the situation more by connecting with those that have been through the same traumatic experiences as a child, okay? That you're not alone, right? And this will also change a rebirth, if you would, because you have to remember this North Node in Aquarius, it also will hit home with Pluto, okay? There's a transformation and rebirth of taking you through the situation, okay? So this could mean that you understand how much hell, because Pluto is Hades, right, in astrology, you understand how much hell people have been through. And that helps you connect more. It's like a trauma bond, if you would, okay? And people will be finding their people during this time, especially with Pluto in Aquarius. It is adjusting and making people sit down and look and reevaluate and see things with an awakening eye, right? So this could be that time to where you find your group, club, and affiliation through that survival mode that had happened. whether that was in the past or whether that was recent. It really doesn't matter. It could have happened within relationships with it being in Leo. Okay. It could also be a situation of Leo being the definition, excuse me, being the definition of a king or queen, right? That you're understanding that it's not about me anymore. It is about the whole situation. Okay? And to come to terms with that, Saturn will show you how to structure yourself. It could be that someone is helping you, like I said earlier, delegating with your business, or it could be that you are starting to connect more and open up more to people that you thought were too reserved, or people that you thought that were strange, right? This could look like the popular kid starting to talk to those smart children, or the popular kid turning into that smart child, because they are starting to understand what they wanted before. It was emptiness. Okay? It didn't fulfill them. Fulfillment is the 5th house, and you will understand what lights you up, what makes you feel connected, what makes you feel like your soul is enjoying life again. Does that make any sense? Because connections with those people, connections with others that can help your hopes, dreams, and wishes coming true, that is a big deal and life-changing. Well, like I said earlier, that it could be that they do come true all of a sudden. This could come out of a situation with a Saturn person, a person that is older, a person that has built a life or legacy for themselves already. This could come out of work, right? That you're understanding that fulfillment of work. But those older people, like I was talking about, this could be in regards to love, that you're finding love with that Saturn energy, and it's more of building something together rather than superficial love, right? This could also be a person or a boss or a father, that a person that is older, boss or a father, that comes to you in regards to either helping you, showing you the path of discipline, showing you the path of what could happen, consequences that maybe they've been through already, okay, and showing you the way, right? This could be that they are leaving their legacy to you, okay? I'm seeing if there is anything I can tell you in regards to that south node of letting go and releasing. There could be situations with children that you just have to let them be. Let them be and let them find out, right? If they're of age, that could happen. Situations could come up about them in regards to being a child. They could be acting childish. Pets, could come and go out of your life depending on the person and their pet. But usually a person would know when pets are leaving their life. They're of age, it's time. Dating is part of the 5th house, and you're changing the way that you're structured in love. Okay? that you're not dating a person that likes alcohol because you don't drink alcohol, or you're not dating a person that doesn't have a goal because you want to have an ambition with someone else. You know, there could be certain things that come up about that. It could be that fifth house with celebrity, popularity, and recognition, that you're letting go of those things, that it's not necessarily needed in your mind's eye. You don't have to be known by the world as a TikTok influencer because it's taken a toll. It's overwhelming. People are childish and they're dramatic, and so you're thinking about changing what your goal is, or changing, you know, your network, clubs, groups, and affiliations. This could also be that you're leaving a platform and going to another, or it could be that you're implementing more of technology into that platform. You're doing things in a different manner. Rather than having your face online, it could be that you're doing a podcast, or vice versa, right? But you're not doing it for recognition and popularity. You're doing it mainly to get information out to the masses, or to help people in need. Okay? That is one way to look at this. Let me see if there's anything else here. Your talents and genius will change. The way that you've done things thus far in regards to those talents and genius, they are expanding. There could be an awakening of what you can do, ideas of what you can do next. Communication could come through in regards to those people I was telling you about. Aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Please watch the Uranus and Gemini and Saturn and Aries, so you can have more of an idea of how this North Node is going to affect you. Thank you, Aries, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and hype the video, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Taurus. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this North Node that's happening in Aquarius in your 10th house, and the South Node that is happening in Leo in the 4th. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype the video. Okay, so this 10th house in Aquarius, this is your 10th house, is your legacy, professional life, your work, career, your reputation, your father's health and wealth, the role that you play in life. This is where your status is: single to married, married to single, CEO or laborer, right? This is a status and title that you have, that everyone sees you having. This is where your power is. This is where you hold your ambitions. Okay, ambitions are connected with the goal that you have. The goal is the next house, right? But this is the ambition that you have, the reason why. Your power being here in that 10th house with the North Node. If you have been feeling burnt out by your professional life, being a mother, being a father, being a CEO, or being a laborer, if you have been feeling these notations of burnout, this is a time where Aquarius is going to bring in shocking changes. It could be that you manifested this in your mind's eye of wanting a change, or it could be a situation of Aquarius just showing you how to detach your emotions toward the situation so that you can bear that situation. It could be that Aquarius is making you take time out for yourself, understand yourself more, so that you can find what you're really looking for within work, professional life, your ambition. Okay? Now, these things could be happening with your father. There could be shocking changes that are happening in regards to someone older, or a father figure, or a person that you admire. Okay? There could be shocking changes that happen here that show you the real, the raw, the situation at hand of being human, right? I say these things because Aquarius, it is ruled by Uranus and Saturn. Uranus is the modern astrology ruler, and Saturn is the traditional astrology ruler. With both of these planets activated, they're asking you during this chaotic change that could be happening, or during this revelation or awakening that is happening in regards to what you want out of life, to structure yourself with Saturn, to discipline yourself with Saturn, to take it slow with Saturn being activated. Okay? If you have not listened to Uranus and Gemini and Saturn and Aries, I have these videos in my playlist. Please do so. With this configuration of the North Node in Aquarius, you will be pushed toward a different type of connection with this 10th house, whether that be connection with people, groups, clubs, affiliations, okay, that have something to do with your path, that have something to do with that ambition, that have something to do with that professional life, right? This could also be a situation to where the North Node in Aquarius is asking you to make a change. Make a change within your work affiliation so that you're not so burnt out. Make a change with your connection with your father so that it doesn't feel as detached, okay, or as dramatic. It could be either one. It could be a situation of, their legacy being bestowed upon you. This could be a hope, dream, or wish. It could be a shocking situation of you didn't know that you were going to receive that legacy. Okay? Legacy is connected with the 10th house. There could be a situation to where that connection with the legacy and the older person, the person you look up to, admire, or the father, there could be a connection there of you want to have some type of structured legacy for you to leave behind. Therefore, you connect yourself with the right people. Okay? Do you see the correlation there? It could be a hope, dream, wish of your ambition coming true, or of that professional life coming true. Okay? Sometimes that can shock people. Sometimes it can give you a revelation of, I am good enough, or there's a type of healing of inner child healing that happens to you because you're bestowed as the leader. Okay? With Aquarius, it requires everyone to have a deeper understanding of themselves. This is your power. You will see your power. You will see what you are capable of and how to contain that power. I say that with air quotes, okay? How to contain the power that you have. Understanding that you are a person of some type of influence could be a thing. Understanding that you are a leader in some way, shape, or form. Understanding that you have the capability of changing other people's minds in a way. Uranus, it is revelation. It is revolution. It is in Aquarius, or connections with Aquarius, helping you to see the whole picture. I'm trying to explain this in Mercury retrograde, so you're gonna have to be patient with me. I can give you some type of image here. So we're connected with God, source, the universe, and we also feel disconnected at times. This is a time to where you will see that connection and how powerful that you are during this connection of the world understanding that they need each other rather than the individual. This could turn you into an influencer, a leader. This could turn you into a person of girth, okay? A person that has that capability of bringing structure to the chaos, right? This is also a situation of, older siblings are here, and friendships of long distance are here with Aquarius activated. This could mean that you are helping, or another person is coming in to help you. A sibling, or that friendship of long distance or acquaintance that you didn't realize put you in that spot in their mind's eye of a leader, or put you in that spot in their mind's eye of having that vision, that same vision that they do, and they want to connect with you. Like-minded individuals are coming together during this North Node in Aquarius to bring upon massive change. And this is happening in your 10th house of your professional life, your work, your career. This is your power, showing your power, understanding your power with a type of sovereignty. Understanding yourself so that you can help other people understand themselves, right? This is also a situation of, maybe the work career situation that you have right now, it changes. This is to guide you to a better way of life, a better work or career situation. Okay. This could mean that you're actually getting the job that you want, I do want to look at the South Node. The South Node is in the 4th house. The 4th house, it deals with property, homes, family, nurturing, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, security, emotional security. Food, okay, because that can be 4th house situations. Sense of belonging, your emotional body, and your foundation. All of these things are connected with Leo in your astrology chart, being a Taurus, sun, moon, or rising, right? With this situation of the South Node of letting go, of releasing, of doing things differently. This could mean that the 4th house being homes or property, that you're having a career within homes or properties. This could mean that you are deciding to take your power back in regards to homes or properties. Okay, this could also be that you're understanding your nurturing aspect of yourself, that not everyone is like you, right? Tauruses, they have a way of seeing what they need and obtaining it. Not everyone does that, okay? Honestly, not everyone does that. Even though everyone has each and every sign within themselves, they don't understand how to. And this could be a time to where you are cleaning out your home life of, things that you had as a kid, or cleaning out that emotional home life, such as inner child healing, or it could be that your child is deciding to get a home, or deciding to live with another parent, or decide to be born, right? It could be that there is some type of releasing of motherhood. And I say this delicately because this could mean that your grandmother, status being changed, the title being changed from being a mother. You could be a grandmother or a grandfather. This could be a situation with understanding a mother. Okay. They could be going through things right now, your mother, of understanding their power. And it could look like childish drama, or it could look like triggers coming up in regards to situations with her in the past, or it could be the father, okay, that they're coming up. Things that come up, usually they happen within retrogrades, and we're going to have a lot of retrogrades this year, 2026, in the fall. All of the outer planets are going to become retrograde, right? And that brings up memories of home life, memories of childhood, memories of situations to where you had to survive, situations to where you were stuck in survival mode, right? These things could come up for healing, of being released. You're being asked with Aquarius to see it in a different light, to understand that if it didn't happen, you wouldn't be the powerful one that you are today, to understand how much power that you had in that situation. If there are things that maybe are stuck or stagnant that you are having trouble healing, I do have in my playlist, in my playlist, I have healing techniques, if that is a thing, right? If you want to take a look at healing techniques, or if you want to take a look at some of my shorts, I do have some inner child healing in my shorts, if that's something that, occurs. But because your emotional body will be activated, if you would. And it's so that you become the leader that you need to be, because there are other people that are going through this, Taurus, that need your help. There are other people that can't see themselves quite like you see them, right? You have that Leo in the 4th house. And in astrology, you are a person that indicates nurturing with inner child healing. Okay? And this is to make you that person, or it's for you to become that person of letting go of the past, of letting go of situations that have stuck to you so long. This has made an impression upon not just other people, but also your reality, your belief system. It's made an impression upon the community, okay? This could also look like the community is showing you their appreciation for you being the nurturing one. That could bring in blessings. That could bring in some type of goal, wish that you have to come true. This could also be that you are letting go of a home or property because of a change of status, right? That could mean a change of status, maybe a divorce, a change of status such as the other way of you getting married and connecting with like-minded individuals. This could mean that your children are doing this, okay? This could also be a situation with fourth house being where you're releasing the security that you thought that you needed, okay? And it could be the security of being noticed for what you do at home, for being a nurturer, for being a mother. The security that you had emotionally before is changing, okay? That you are completely becoming a different person. Saturn is activated in Aries. And Aries is in your 12th house. Saturn has a way of showing lessons upon situations. It also has a way of showing you your leadership and capabilities that you have. And it has connections with that 10th house, okay? So if you haven't watched the video, I know I probably said this before, please do, with Saturn and Aries for Taurus, or Uranus and Gemini for Taurus, and it'll give you more of an idea on how this North Node is affecting you, okay? So with Saturn being discipline and structure, it is structuring you to healing in that 12th house. 12th house is healing. 12th house is transformation and endings. It is also considered loss, and it can be higher states of consciousness or awakenings. You are awakening to the person that you're supposed to be, Taurus. You are understanding how other people see you. That could be a lesson. It could be a lesson from those people that are older, or they could be someone that you admire, or they could be fathers, right? You are learning lessons from those people of how to become the person that you need to be, the leader that you need to be. And this could deal with the occult. 12th house deals with occult things. It could be in regards to grieving, right? That you are healing that grieving situation. But if, I know this is delicate, if it didn't happen, that grieving, you wouldn't be the person of compassion. 12th house is ruled by Pisces in astrology, so there's compassion and forgiveness that comes out of that 12th house. There is an understanding, a deeper understanding on a soul level, because Pisces is the awakener, right? You wouldn't awaken to the fact of who you are if it didn't happen, okay? This could also be you letting other people know this, right? Because Gemini being activated with Uranus, that you're helping other people understand by communicating with them the changes that have happened to you thus far. This connects you with people that are of like mind. This also shows your leadership and confidence coming out of that 10th house with this North Node that's being activated, okay? 12th house being also the endings and transformation of an identity, because that is Aries, Aries is your identity and the way that other people see you. Yes, people are going to see you differently. I mean, it happens with leadership, and especially if you step into that role and you've never been there before. This could happen not just with, helping other people, but also with you being a leader within your professional life, your life in general, taking your power back, right? Your power is going to come back to you. With Saturn. Saturn will be here for the next couple of years, I think. And this is going to be an 18.5 year transit. So Saturn will be here pretty much the whole time, okay, that this North Node is going on. And it will help you understand transformation, how to end something when it needs to be ended, how to take your power back in leadership, maybe even get you closer to the divine, get you closer to understanding enlightenment, or going through some type of dark night of the soul to take upon that leadership position. Okay, that is a possibility. Let's look at Uranus. Uranus is the modern astrology ruler of Aquarius. So let's look at Uranus. Uranus is in Gemini. So it's in the second house with money. And it's also in the second house of self-worth and confidence. Okay? With Gemini, it's communication and your mindset. It could be aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings. All of those people could have some type of effect on shocking changes that happened with money, shocking changes that happened with your self-worth, okay? I want to remind you that your truth is your truth. Everyone else's truth is an opinion, okay? I'm going to say it again. Your truth is your truth. Everyone else's truth is an opinion, all right? So that you understand that you're capable of holding the power within. Detachment could happen here with those people because of, their communication about your self-worth, how they make you feel. It could be that you're helping them also, sharing that knowledge, that enlightenment with them, to help them understand their power, okay? But Uranus can bring in revelation and also awakening that happens of how much maybe their opinion has pushed a toll upon you, or how much communication is needed for you to understand that you have the power to stop that communication, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be with those people. It can be just a mindset situation of you telling yourself one thing and your heart knows another, okay? Self-worth will be acquired here. I'm only going to touch upon a few things of Aries and Gemini because I made videos for you to get more of a detailed situation or detailed definition of how it's working out in your life. And they are associated with this North Node, okay? So, second house is also money. Money could be communicated to you. And it could be about, a work affiliation. It could be about the community, okay? Some type of community situation, some type of group, club, or affiliation that you're in that shocking changes are happening to money. It could go one or two ways. It could be that a job is lost, a job is gained. Okay? It could be that more money is coming in from that job, or they cut the pay. You know, one or two ways of how it's working out here. It could also be a situation of understanding that self-worth within a job, understanding what's needed for you. Aquarius has a way of showing you what is needed in your life, an awakening, if you would, right? Of what's needed for you to acquire that position of ambition, or what's needed for you to do that professional life. With Uranus activated, it could be that, you know, the divine steps in and changes things completely so that you understand you either need a break or this is it. This is the destination that you've been waiting for. Okay? That your hope, dream, wish, goal is being associated with other people, and they keep communicating it to you. When are you going to get it? Right? It could be with the South Node being in that 4th house, of letting go, of releasing. This could be releasing insecurities that you have within, because 4th house in astrology is ruled by Cancer, and Cancer is very private, and Cancer is not, you know, one of those that just goes out into the world and puts their face on media. You know, they have different things in their chart, of course, that indicate being on media. But many Cancers, they are to themselves. They are private. They don't want to be associated with the outside world. They are comfortable with the familiar. And this could be a time to where you need to get out of your shell, letting go of the 4th house. Okay? Understanding that you have both the capabilities of being in the world and outside of the world, that there's confidence within yourself of getting things done that are necessary for your ambition to come true, but also understand that you have a home to go back to, right? Because you're using both signs here to see, you know, that you're capable. You are capable, Taurus. What are you waiting for? The way I look at this is that your destiny is to be out there and be a part of something. Your power is within numbers. Your power is within connection, whether that is on the internet, whether that is with other people, a person that is an acquaintance of long distance, an older sibling. You are being asked to understand that power with enlightenment and healing that is necessary for your hopes, dreams, and goals to come true. Okay? And I think that might be about it, Taurus. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and hype the video. Don't forget to look at Saturn in Aries and Uranus in Gemini to give you more of an indication on how this North Node is going to affect you. And I'll see you soon. Hi, Gemini. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this North Node happening in your 9th house in Aquarius, and also the South Node in Leo in the 3rd house. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. We're going to start off with the 9th house. The 9th house is long distance travel, abroad, other cultures, religions, belief systems, the bigger picture, skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, and gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents. This is also higher education, media, publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. This house can bring in opportunities and blessings. I'm going to repeat that. And also exploring belief systems. The North Node in Aquarius can bring in shocking changes. It can also bring in revelations and revolution. It can bring some type of innovative way of thinking, a new perspective, if you would, being in the 9th house. With this activation, Uranus and Saturn are having a dual play with this situation. Aquarius, it is ruled by Uranus in modern astrology, and in traditional astrology, it is ruled by Saturn. So you're taking these changes and you're placing in a firm foundation, or you're placing in some type of structure with those changes that are being made. And this is a time to where that belief system that you've always held, or that way of philosophy or thinking perspective about the bigger picture, how it will change and be brought down into something that is earthy, or brought down into a structure, or brought down into some type of discipline action. Okay? Aquarius, it deals with your hopes, dreams, wishes, groups, clubs, and affiliations that you have, the community that you're surrounded by. I'm sorry, Mercury is retrograde. So I'm trying. It's the community that you're surrounded by. It's also dealing with older siblings, friends of long distance, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, technology. Aquarius, it rules over the 11th house in astrology. So it brings upon that definition, mixing in with your belief systems in the bigger picture. Okay? Mixing with the masses and how you have an influence toward the masses. Okay? North Node in definition is trying to show you the next step within your path. And the next step, it includes you having to heal things within the South Node, right? So I'm going to take a look at the South Node here in Leo. The 3rd house, you rule the 3rd house in astrology. So you will be and feel this connection in a personable way, okay? 3rd house is communication. It is the environment that you grew up in. Productivity. 3rd house is also aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. Ideas and documents. Short distance travel. Moving and movement. Media and writing. Your mindset, small education like certificates, licenses, permits, visas. This is also translated as skills and learning abilities. This is where that tradesman or salesman is in your chart, okay? And it's in Leo. Leo is very fun. Leo, in definition, is love, enjoyment. Leo is the ruler over the 5th house, okay? So I'm using those definitions. Celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Leo is pets, dating, pleasure, creativity. It's your God-given talent. Children are in Leo. your joy, hope, and optimism, your expression is here, okay? This could be a time to where you're learning how to manage that overindulgence of fun that you have. It could be that the North Node is asking you to find a new philosophy of why you overindulge, changing your mindset, because we're releasing the South Node in Leo, okay? Changing your mindset, changing the way that you think or process your thoughts in regards to some type of philosophy that you've been holding, in regards to some type of belief system that you've been holding, okay? You may have times to where it feels like I call it the dark night of the soul, but it's going to happen quickly. It's going to happen quickly because Uranus is involved, all right? And Uranus right now is connected with Gemini, your first house. Your image, your looks, the way that people see you is connected with your identity, okay? And with this change, it will change you completely. It will change you to a person that wants to help other people, be involved with some type of bigger picture, maybe even go toward being that preacher, teacher, or guru for other people that have been through the same thing that you have. Infidelity is Leo, and there could have been instances of you doing things or thinking a certain way because someone hurt you, okay? And you could figure this out either by, this astrology reading, because some people consider me as a teacher, or teachers, preachers, and gurus can help you heal that side. Usually, whenever our thoughts take hold, it creates our perception. It creates our belief system. And sometimes it's hard to put it down. Sometimes we overindulge, or it's like a self-sabotaging situation of any other instances that come into our life, such as any type of love or friendship, right? And this could be a time to where you're understanding your inner child. That inner child needs attention from you so that you can rise up to that ninth house of either a different belief system, a new philosophy, or a situation of opportunity. You could say it's time to grow up, or you could say that it's time for you to involve yourself with other people, okay? That maybe you have been alone for a very long time because of that philosophy or belief system that you have. Maybe you have found that it is hard to trust friends, okay, because friendships are Leo. Maybe it's hard to trust lovers, right? Maybe it involved aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors that influence your thought processes, whether that is about a relationship or just about pretty much anything in general. They could influence anything because that inner child deals with those past conditions that have happened to them, and healing that and seeing the opportunity in that healing. It could be that you are already connected with another in some way, shape, or form, because ninth house deals with those dreams, wishes, and goals to come true. And there is an opportunity that arises, and it could be a shocking opportunity that arises. This could come out of You know, it could feel like a blessing, of course, but it would come through some type of communication, because we have integration with Saturn and Uranus. First house that has Uranus in it, that shocking news that comes to you about yourself, your identity, the way that you process your thoughts, the way that you are in general. When first house is ruled by Gemini for your chart, it is I am Mercury. I am the messenger. I am the person that is the thinking machine. I am the person that is productive. I am the person that gets it done, right? It is that definition. And this could be a time to where there are shocking changes that happen that completely sever that identity that you held before, because an opportunity or blessing happens through. It could be through ninth house affiliations of a legal case, okay? It could be also some type of communication that comes through about an opportunity or a blessing coming to you that changes everything. And it's shocking because not everyone gets certain things in life. And this is a time to where you could get something out of this lifetime that helps you and seems like a blessing. When ninth house says that it's defined as a blessing, this means, I have to explain this delicately because not everyone has the same beliefs, okay? Sagittarius in astrology rules over that ninth house. And Sagittarius has almost this direct connection to belief systems, direct connection to understanding their sovereignty. That's why they're so bold. They're a fire sign, but they're bold, right? They're bold like Capricorns in the earth signs, right? They're very bold. And they get it done, and they see things differently, and they can be a blessing to other people, okay? Sagittarius brings in this notion of a savior. It is the ninth house of astrology that can just show up out of nowhere to take care of something. That is a blessing, right? And this could be a time to where that happens. You feel like God, source, the universe, has saved you from a situation. And it's coming through other people. It's coming through connections with a long-distance friend. It's coming through something that happens within the masses that changes the rules of the situation. Right? It's coming through, and I'm saying these things because they're Aquarian. It's coming through networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations. If you never found out, and you fill in the blank, if I never found out this, that, and the other from this group, I would have never changed, right? This is very deep. This is very inspirational for you to take some type of place within, participating with, communicating with groups, clubs, and affiliations, understanding that other people are going through this, right? They could be dramatic. They could have inner child healing that needs to happen. Gemini, you process things very quickly, and you see things in a different manner because Aquarian energy is in your ninth house. You could feel during this time inspiration to help others see themselves, see their sovereignty, see their inner child, just like you did when things weren't going your way, or just like you did when life, quote unquote, happened, right? This position is asking you to step up to that sovereignty of yourself, to see yourself in a way that God sees you. God, source, universe, whatever you believe in, right? Because I know that a lot of Geminis, they're atheists because of feeling disconnected. And that can happen with Aquarius in the 9th house. You can feel a disconnection from blessings, a disconnection from opportunities, a disconnection from your belief system, right? There's a reason why it's this way. And it's so that you can give other people a different perspective than what they had been holding on to thus far, right? But it could be a time to where that you are called up to be that preacher, teacher, or guru. Or it could be a time to where you yourself, you heal that philosophy. And you connect yourself with other like-minded individuals. Okay? Now let's go back to the 3rd house, okay? With Leo. Leo dealing with the king and queen energy in your thought mind and your thought processing, okay? That you deserve, or that maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's that you have to have love. And that love could be coming from those people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and siblings, that you have to have the upper hand with those people within communication, or you have to have fun and enjoyment within your life, or things will just crash, right? That overindulgence of fun, that overindulgence of love, that overindulgence of, you have to be seen. You have to be seen within your communication. This could be a time to where that is pulled back for that healing, or it is pulled back so that you can see other people's perspective. Okay? I'm a Pisces sun, Gemini. So listening is something that is required for a Pisces, because we love to help and we enjoy being there for other people. We have, like, almost every week there's a dark night of the soul. I mean, oh goodness, almost every week. I mean, come on. Of you understanding things in a different perspective and seeing things in a different manner. But I have to put that out there, right? We know how it is to eat crow, if you would. Swallow our pride. Have to endure other people's pride and drama and situations that may seem like a waste of time. And you could be experiencing that during this time, to where, I'm not saying that you're going to go through the dark night of the soul every week. I'm not saying that. God help us. But I am saying that you are understanding how it is either seeing yourself in a different manner, or seeing other people in a different manner, because you're starting to understand their belief system, or you're starting to understand how they were hurt as a child, or having situations of inner child healing. Okay, you're starting to see that new perspective. Drama will happen for everyone. Okay, I am expressing this so that people understand that this configuration can bring out that high school drama, ridiculousness, childish behavior for no apparent reason. And this would be a time for you to see and take part in some type of different perspective of seeing them in a different manner, or, you know, helping them in one way or another, because you went through the same thing. And you, therefore, you may not be a teacher, preacher, or guru, but you could show them who to listen to, you know, what therapist or whoever helped you through whatever, or just words of inspiration, okay, that could help them, you know. This is dealing with the masses. When the North Node is in Aquarius in the 9th house, you're dealing with the masses and their way of thinking about the bigger picture and how to help other people see how it is, where you came from, your thought processes on situations. Because when people don't know how to think like you, people don't understand that you have two sides, Gemini. You have heaven and hell inside of you. You know what I mean? They don't get that. They don't get that. They don't understand that you can do what you do, but you can also do the other. Right? I think only you, as a Mercury ruled sign, understands exactly what I'm saying. That you can be the heavenly messenger, but you can get a bit dark, you know, on the other end if you have to. You know, that's why there's an inside joke about, you know, Mercury ruled people, that we have this conference inside of us. We have a conference room. We have an office. If things get out of hand, you know, there's a few people that get fired inside of our mind's eye. You know what I mean? So this could be a time to where you're helping other people understand that it is okay to be angry at certain times. And it is okay to stop believing the way that other people tell you to. Right? It is okay. This could be a time to where you're figuring that out for yourself. Okay? Because, you know, a Gemini becomes a Gemini throughout experience. Words don't teach. You know what I mean? Experience teaches. And this is a time to where a Gemini that doesn't know that they are capable of, or they're allowed to, they figure it out. There is some type of awakening or enlightenment that comes through with that Uranus that is connected to Aquarius. I want to look at Saturn. Now, I do have videos upon Uranus and Gemini if you want to take a look at how that's going to affect you. And I also have Saturn and Aries videos. Now, these are in my playlist. And if you go to my playlist, you just look for Saturn and Aries or Uranus and Gemini. Okay, so Saturn is in your 11th house, and that 11th house is ruled by Aquarius in astrology. And this is where your identity lies, you know, because there's connection with Aries being a part of the first. It rules the first house in astrology. So there's connections with your identity, the way that you are, Gemini, connected with groups, clubs, and affiliations. Okay? Being yourself, understanding yourself, but you have to, with Saturn, structure yourself, discipline yourself when it comes to connections with groups, clubs, and affiliations. when it comes to wanting your dreams to come true, right? When it comes to friendships of long distance, okay? And you may be confused about how to structure yourself with friends of long distance. It would be more or less of, how can I say this? A balance with them. And I'm going to give you a little bit of an indication where I'm getting that. Your friendship house, right, is in that 5th. And that's Libra. And Libra is the scales of justice. And it's truth and balance. Okay? So balancing friendships of long distance and people that are acquaintances. Okay? This is also, the 11th house can be older siblings. So balancing that relationship with older siblings. And if you're an older Gemini, you probably know this, that you may be able to open up to those people, either friendships with long distance or the people that are older siblings. You're probably able to open up to them more so than others. Okay? When you're socializing, you know, there's a balance of truth that has to happen. Sometimes people don't need to know everything. You know what I mean? Sometimes they don't need to know everything. Because a lot of times when people know everything about you, they tend to manipulate. Okay? By using certain things that you've told them. They only know what you tell them. Right, Gemini? Okay, so technology is also there. Disciplining your technology use. You could have burnout in regards to that. This could be just, you know, taking breaks for yourself to be. Maybe grounding needs to happen. Saturn is an Earth planet. It is Capricorn ruled, right? Or it rules over Capricorn. So being connected with the Earth helps a Gemini. Grounding, connection. Saturn can also include work, okay? Work being affiliated in the 11th, this could mean that you could be working with, you know, an older sibling or a person of long distance, an acquaintance or a friend. You could be working with a group, club, or affiliation. You could be working with technology on a higher scale. This would be you and your productivity and the way that your thought processes do, right? Of you just getting at it with technology. You know what I mean? This could also be something, because Gemini is ambidextrous. Okay, they use their hands. They're very productivity affiliated. They use their hands, and this could be a time to where there's a connection with that first house of you being online or you doing tarot. They use their hands, right? Online, or you doing something that is connected with you. Okay, online. I think that might be all I have for you, Gemini. Thank you for being here. Don't forget about those videos I was talking about in my playlist for Uranus and Gemini and Saturn and Aries. And please like, share, and subscribe and hype the video, and I will see you next time. Hi, Cancer. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this North Node in Aquarius and South Node in Leo. Okay, so we have the 8th house activated with the North Node. The 8th house is legal matters, divorces, other people's resources, debts, taxes, government grants. This is also where You could heal yourself on a psychological level with fears and phobias. This is considered merging of two souls, merging with a soulmate. A soulmate does not have to be love, it could be a friend. Okay. Also, 8th house is banking, mortgages. It is considered deep bonding sex. The Kundalini is activated with the 8th house. Hidden knowledge, taboo topics, inheritance is here. Death and rebirth. Truths are here in the 8th house. Transformation. Transformation and your psyche. Okay. Investments. Long-term finances. The 8th house is many things. It is ruled by Scorpio in astrology. Okay. And Scorpio is deep. To give you an indication, if you've ever met a Scorpio, if you're not a person of depth or truth, they probably left you alone, right? Scorpio is very deep and transformative. The Aquarian energy connected to this includes groups, clubs, and affiliations. It is goals, wishes coming true, right? Your desires coming to fruition. Aquarian energy can also be related to the masses. It can be like on a collective level, okay? It can be that there's a connection with older siblings or friends of long distance. Aquarius can bring out energies of innovative ideas. It can be a little strange. It could feel a little strange. It could be that indication of, how can I say this? Maybe like frequency, okay? Like a download that happens. I'm saying these things because Kundalini is activated. And there could be a situation with this North Node that's activated for some, not all, but for some, to where you feel this weird sensation that comes over your body while either in the action of intimacy or just meditation or just sitting and thinking about something, that this lightning bolt of energy comes through and hits you, and then your psyche changes, or your you feel like you're a phoenix that rose from the ashes, okay? Because that can happen with this activation of a rebirth in the phoenix rising, you know what I mean? And truths that awaken you to a point of rebirth, okay? And those truths, you know, it could deal with situations of healing that happens in regards to maybe what's happening with your self-worth. I'm going to go to the 2nd house and explain the 2nd house. It's your self-worth and confidence. It is money, your individual income. It is food, okay? 2nd house is ruled by Taurus in astrology, so we're dealing with aromatherapy, right? And we're dealing with anything that is of luxury. Taurus deals with love also, connections with self-worth, connections with money, okay? And Leo being activated here is talking about friendships and love and fun and enjoyment, maybe an overindulgence of fun that could happen. This could be a situation of children, maybe children
have an effect on your thought processes in regards to money. Okay, or they're your reason. They're your reason why you make money, or love is the reason why you make money. Like, I'm doing it for the relationship that I have. Okay, this thought process could change. Your psyche is involved. Your psyche being involved with shared resources with other people, with the love that you have, with the children that you have. Okay, there's a letting go of maybe giving too much to the other person. That could be it in regards to your self-worth and confidence. That Aquarian energy that's coming out is ideas in regards to how you can put your resources together, rather than you, just the individual, making income for that relationship. Okay, it could be that both of you and your partner, you get involved with other people, and that makes your income grow. 8th house is transformation, and 2nd house is income. This could be a time to where you're connecting with a group, club, or affiliation that helps both of you. Or this could be a situation of a transformation that's happening with you being a king or queen at your workplace. Okay, that transforms. It could go either way. It could be that the company sells itself, you know what I mean? And because of that, you get new managers. Because of that, you get new bosses. You know, it could be anything of that nature, and things are changing for you. This is where you decide whether or not you want to stay. That could be it. It could be a situation of a taboo situation that helps you with your self-confidence and inner child healing that comes along with that self-confidence. You could find this online because Aquarius energy is online, right? Inner child is Leo. This could be a situation to where a relationship that you found online comes to fruition. That could be a thing. That you're getting married, or you are partaking into shared resources with that other person. That could happen. Now, the South Node is usually where we release. There are instances to where it's just balanced also. Like if you're overindulging too much, there could be a balance that is coming through. This could be through a decision that you make of overindulging. This could be a decision that you decide to integrate yourself through groups, clubs, and affiliations. That would be like rehabilitation, right? Rehab, of you taking part of that to gain your self-worth back, or to just transform the situations, connections with other people. With the South Node in Leo, there are instances of dramatic things that could happen or arise with relationships and children, with overindulging, okay? This could mean that also your children, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be just children that you have. It could be that, you know, their children, okay? All related together. That instances could arise with how they're thinking on a psychological level. There could be births of children that happen, okay? This could also look like, with the 2nd house activated with your self-worth, and that inner child that's being healed, that you connect yourself with therapy, or you connect yourself with others of a like-minded situation, right? That they had went through the same situation as you, and you're changing your psychological view in regards to your childhood, in regards to whatever dramatic situation that happened to you that affected your self-worth. Okay? Shared resources and money, finances, long-term finances. This could be sought out through groups, clubs, and affiliations. There could be transformations of maybe stocks, maybe taxes that come back to you. There could be situations to where there are changes of maybe some type of insurance. Maybe you get a rebate back, or maybe your bank does something or says something such as they got hacked or what have you, and you're getting something back from that because your individual income is turning into shared income, right? This is shared. This is income coming from other places that you didn't have to work for. Okay? And this could be a time to where you figure out how to get that shared income through groups, clubs, and affiliations, through the internet, how to gain income from other people. You could be working in finances. You could be working in insurance. You could be collaborating with an individual, such as a friend of long distance, or a person that is an acquaintance, or a group, club, and affiliation that you're a part of, collaborating with them. A lot of times you'll see the shared income come out as some type of truth that the whole masses, want to come together to have that inspiration or vision to do something. That could mean that it is a nonprofit situation, or that could mean that they are figuring out how to obtain what is owed to them. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here, because legal cases is activated with the 8th and 9th. But with the 8th house, this is dealing with money, and it's dealing with shared resources. Okay? Resources can be pretty much anything, but it's a tangible resource, right? Just legal cases in general are the 9th. And that could be like a civil suit. That could be something to where, someone is sued about something. But with this situation, it is about tangible resources. Your time, your money, your resources of maybe an actual material thing, okay? That comes back in one way, shape, or form. This is a gain, whether it is psychologically or whether it is for you to take action to get that shared resource, right? Because the North Node is pushing you away from having to do things in that second house of maybe it's about your self-worth, maybe where you are or who you're working for, you feel small, right? And because of that, it could bring up things in a psychological nature of you being a child, or what happened to you when you were a child. Or it could be why you overindulge, right? I hate this job, so I'm constantly smoking pot, right? I mean, it could be that. Or drinking, or being, trying to be a child outside of work as much as I can. I mean, trying to get some type of relief. And this could be a time to where that changes. You could be using the government. You could learn how to get resources from the government, or just, some people quit their job or are let go from a job and they use the government for unemployment, right? It could be a situation of a lover doing this or a friend doing this, because, Leo is friendships and love. Your God-given talent is also Leo. And there could be things that you just need to let go and do something else, right? There's an innovative idea that could come to you in regards to Aquarian energy that transforms the way you've been doing things thus far. And it connects you with other people as a possibility, or it makes you upgrade to using either other people's resources for this idea, or it completely transforms everything for you. Okay? Truth can come out. Dramatic truths can come out during this time. And it pushes you toward, the right group, club, and affiliation. Or it pushes you toward connections with other people that are supposed to be in your life, like-minded people. I say truths can come out dramatically because Leo is dramatic. All right? Everyone will be going through some type of situation within the next 18 and a half months that may seem dramatic. Whether that is being exposed to it on the outside of their life, or being exposed to it in a personable aspect. Okay, so I'm trying to prepare everyone for people acting a fool, or people acting like a child, or having childish actions themselves. Okay. All right. So Aquarius, what it does is it is ruled over, or is ruled by Uranus in modern astrology and Saturn in traditional astrology. And Uranus has a way of bringing in shocking changes that happen. And also Saturn connections with this means that those shocking changes are happening to create that stability within your life. And there's a way of taming this shocking change. There is a discipline action that needs to happen, whether that's with you or taking action of discipline, being the leader. I have videos on both of Uranus and Saturn, Uranus being in Gemini and Saturn being in Aries. And they are connected with this North Node for the next 18 and a half months. Okay? They are slow-moving planets. The outer planets. Uranus will be in Gemini for the next 7 years, okay? And Saturn, the next couple, I think it's only 2.5 years left of Saturn, something like that. I'll have to look at the dates. But either way, they're activated in those signs until this North Node moves again, okay? I have videos in my playlist on these if you want to take a look for your sign. But we're going to look at Uranus first in Gemini. And Uranus in Gemini is in that 12th house. And the 12th house is a deep house. It is transformation and endings. It has connections with the taboo. It has connections with enlightenment already. And Uranus being activated with enlightenment and awakening shocking awakening changes that happen, right? So let's look at this connections with the 8th. This is communication when Gemini is activated. Communication either through inside of your mind, your psychological well-being, or communication outside, right? Someone tells you something, calls you, texts you, writes you, a document comes in, okay? Psychologically, it could be an idea. Psychologically, it could be because it's in the 12th house that it's your intuition, okay? Or it is God, source, universe talking to you, right? It could come through with Gemini clearly, and that could be shocking for you. Okay, I'm just saying. It was for me. You know, it could be shocking for anyone, but oh goodness. Gemini also has to do with productivity, working with your hands. Okay, and there could be a transformation of how you do productivity, inclinations of a new idea on how to do something. Gemini is the ruler over the 3rd house in astrology, so there are aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings involved that could communicate to you in some way, shape, or form, give you an idea, help you awaken, transform you in some way, shape, or form. Okay? This could be with shared resources that they have. This could be opening up like opportunities to be involved with them. This could be a situation of them having some type of transformation, right? Also, Gemini, let me make sure I'm telling you correctly. So we have certificates activated with Gemini. So excuse me, Mercury is retrograde and I'm trying. Certifications of a small education, like a certificate that you get, licenses, permits, visas, anything that is a small document that is obtained. This document could have an influence on that transformation that comes in. Okay? This could also be moving, right? Moving, such as like moving homes. And this could be that you are moving to a new community. Now, those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings could be doing that too, right? But this could be that you're moving to a new community and you are involved with shared resources, or just that moving to a new community. And this is transforming the way that you're thinking. Your psyche is transforming. This could be an idea to move, right? Transformation and endings are activated. Endings of the way that you've been talking to yourself because of some type of awakening that had happened. This could be obtained through some type of group, club, or affiliation influence. Or this is telling you to get more involved with a different type of connection with other people, right? Gemini is also vehicles. And this could be a time to where there is a shocking change with vehicles, okay? That someone gives you their vehicle, or they help you obtain. Loans are activated with the 8th house. They could be helping you obtain that vehicle by signing, like co-signing with a loan, right? I want to look at Saturn. Saturn is in that 10th house in Aries, and we're talking about your identity changing that is connected with work, connected with your ambition that you have, connected with your legacy, your reputation, your father, their health and wealth, or the person that you consider a father-like figure. Okay? This is also connections with you being a father. Okay? Your power, your status, whether that is single to married, married to single, status of your relationship, status of your work affiliation, being a CEO or laborer, status in your life, right? The title that you hold. Okay? Saturn is here to show you that you have leadership on doing things on an individual level. Being in Aries is also trying to show you that you are capable. You are capable with your power of Aries. Aries is a soldier. Aries is also considered, you know, if you want to be in the military, this is a great placement, right? This is also considered, Aries is considered, it could be anger. It could be the individual independence, okay? It could go either way with Saturn, of teaching you lessons that you can't do it on your own, or you are required to do it on your own. It could be either way with this, because Saturn wants to show you where you need to go on your path of being a leader for yourself, and how to understand yourself, how to help other people understand you, right? Showing them your capability, showing them that you have the power necessary to do the things that need to be done. Saturn is very disciplined and structured, and it wants to structure you. With your power, the position you hold, whether it's work or relationship, it wants to structure you in a way of showing you that you are capable. And because of this, it could mean this connection with the 8th house, that something has to transform. This could be that either you need a new job, or you need to be affiliated with a group, club, or affiliation, and that could be anything of nature. When the South Node is in Leo, usually it's rehabilitation, or it is being associated with people that aren't so dramatic. Okay, because South Node is trying to let go of that ego, trying to let go of dramatic situations. Okay, and it could be that you making your own money right now is making things complicated and dramatic. And to ask for help, or to associate yourself with others' resources, so that you can stop micromanaging or managing the situation, and become a person of power, or a person that is capable. One of the ways that you could look at this is if you're an entrepreneur and you have your own business. You've been doing this business by yourself thus far. It's time for you to ask for help and delegate that help so that you can become the owner of that business and let things happen. Let the money flow in rather than you micromanaging the money consistently and also micromanaging the productivity, right? This is an example of one of the lessons that Saturn could be doing for you. This could also be a change of identity that is happening because of a relationship or because of a child, of maybe even having a child, you becoming a father, you becoming a mother, it doesn't matter. This, whenever you have Cancer in your chart and Aries is at the top of that chart, your power is in your identity. So this could be mother or father, okay? Because Cancer is mom, Aries rules the first house, and that in your chart is Cancer. Does that make any sense? So it could be either way. So this could be a time to where you're becoming a parent. This could be a time to where you could sever a relationship, depending on, how it goes, because divorce is the 8th house, and it could mean that it's time to sever the relationship, okay? It really depends on the person. But with this North Node in the 8th house, it's requiring you to change. It's requiring you to transform, have a rebirth of yourself with a new identity, okay? 10th house with Aries, you could be joining the military. You could be joining this group, club, or affiliation that has a pioneering psychological outlook, right? It could be also, like I said before, a nonprofit. It could be dealing with those that are in the military, like veterans, or it could be dealing with strong-minded people such as yourself. Your self-worth is changing. There could be times to where in the next 18 and a half months to where your ego dies, okay, which is not a bad thing, is to include other people within your life that have a purpose. Okay, this could also be a situation of that inner child healing, like I had mentioned earlier, that helps you bring your power back. 10th house Saturn. Okay, your power is coming back to yourself because you're seeing your sovereignty. And sovereignty is knowing yourself so that you can show other people how to know themselves. And this could be a time to where that is happening, that you're showing other people. I'm seeing if there's anything else here I can tell you with the North Node in Aquarius. There could be detachment that happens. Detachment from situations that are happening in relationships because you are understanding on a psychological level of that people are healing right now. They're healing that inner child and they're acting a fool and they're being dramatic, okay? And this could be a time to where, you're understanding that on a psychological level. So therefore you're kind of detaching from situations or dramatic situations. Now, when it comes to jobs, you could be changing to an online platform in some way, shape, or form because Aquarius is online. If you are within any type of financial occupation, this could be a time to where you're doing that online. Or this could be a situation of you doing taboo online. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing these things online. It could be that you are changing how you're doing them with an innovative idea, or you're asking for money, because shared resources is other people's money, rather than you can constantly, putting out your own creative ideas and endeavors and not getting anything. Or you're consistently doing it yourself. You could be collaborating with other people to help you, right? And I think that might be about it, Cancer. Don't forget to look into my playlist about Uranus and Gemini and Saturn and Aries to get more of an idea on how this North Node is affecting you. Okay? Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Leo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at where this North Node in Aquarius is happening for you. It is happening in your 7th house, and the South Node is happening in your 1st house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and hype the video. We're going to start off with the 7th house so you get more of an idea on how that is affecting you. The 7th house is considered your marriage partners, alliances, commitments, agreements with other people. This is where you relate to other people. Collaborations, contracts, business associations, partnerships, and relationships, okay? In business. Therapists, clients, open enemies are here. When you have the 7th house in Aquarius, if you're not familiar with that definition, Leo, Aquarius, it brings upon a strange interaction. It brings upon an interaction that is like no other with other people in the 7th house. Aquarius, it requires you, Leo, to take time out of relationships ever so often and go back in toward yourself. Okay? This could also be a situation to where the relationships that you have, sometimes you're not sure whether or not the connection is together completely or severed. That could be one way that Aquarius works. Aquarius is also detachment. Detaching from situations that are happening at the time of, so that you don't become over emotional when it comes to relating to that person. That you're taking everything at face value and not too personably, if you would. This is a requirement, Leo, because as a Leo, you are a person that has to become their own authority, that has to become their own love, their own person, okay, to be connected with your sovereignty, the sovereignty that God, Source, Universe gave you so that you can show yourself your own enjoyment, your own self-love, your own way of living in love with life. That's why Leo is in that 1st house. Okay? With that said, the North Node is trying to push you toward this instance of either detaching from the situation at hand that deals with either a relationship that you have, relating to other people. This could also be a business association, clients, like I said, or it could be a situation with therapists, right? That there's a need for you to find out more about yourself, and interactions with therapy or any type of therapeutic relationship can help you understand where you are in the relationship. Okay? Aquarius, in definition, has a way of creating bigger than life situations because your goals, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes are connected here and connected with other people. So anytime that you have an interaction with another, things happen for you. You get closer to your goal. You create goals together, maybe even a business together. Okay? This can also be with Aquarius, by definition of the 11th house, the masses, the collective. And you have this internal feeling of wanting to connect with others, wanting to have like-minded individuals surrounding you. And this could happen during this transit. This could happen to where you find love. You find a situation of marriage. You find a business association, or you gain more clients. The only way that this could happen to where your soul feels fulfilled would be for you to leave the old you behind. The South Node is in the first house. The first house, it deals with your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, your self-leadership, and governing yourself throughout the world. With the South Node in that first house, you are leaving the old you behind to enter into a new family or a new connection or a new way of being. With Leo activated, we're talking about things that are associated with love and relationships, friendships, love, pets, children. We're also talking about your God-given talent that you have. We're talking about celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Okay? There is something that has to be dropped from being seen as a person up on a pedestal so that you can relate to other people. And that may have you placed in a point of detaching from situations of old relationships that have happened, detaching from old situations of business that have happened so that you can move further, so that you can get closer to your goal, to your hope, to your wish that is appropriate for you in general. It may be that you have some type of business associated with being seen, such as an influencer, right? And this would be a time to where you would have to detach that determination to be seen so that you can relate to other people, collaborate with other people, make contracts and business associations with other people. Okay? Now, on a psychological note, this would be detaching from certain things that have happened to you, right? Within relationships, the old you, maybe you're stuck with seeing yourself in high school days. Maybe you're stuck in seeing yourself whenever you were a child, because inner child is Leo, okay? Maybe that story that you've been telling yourself thus far has been holding you back from relating to other people or being connected with the right lover or being connected with the right friendship, okay? This could also be a situation of an influence that happens from a group, club, or affiliation, that shows you how to heal that inner child. I do want to say too, Leo, that there will be instances of people around you, because, you know, this configuration is happening for everyone, North Node and Aquarius, South Node and Leo, not necessarily in the same house, but this configuration is happening for everyone in a way of dramatic situations. Leo, the sign Leo, is, you know, the lion of courage, but it can do things of a dramatic way if they're not getting what they want. And this could bring upon maybe arguments with relating to others, or, you know, understanding the other person. This could bring in dramatic situations of people wanting to end a relationship with you, or business associations, or clients, right? Clients could be dramatic during this time, because with you it's hitting these houses. So it would be more emphasized here with that 7th house. You could have people in your life during this time that try to mirror that hurtfulness that's within you, okay? To show you, this is God's source universe showing you what needs to be healed and why are you triggered by this. All right, I'm trying to do this video during Mercury retrograde, so bear with me as I get my words together. But mirrors of relationship or relating to other people, it all starts with the individual. We have this frequency or vibration, if you want to call that pushes out from us, and we hold space for the same frequency to come back to us. So if you have problems with your thinking, if you have problems with past situations that have happened to you and you're holding on to that, there is a consistent pattern that comes back to you from other people. They will constantly show you yourself with a mirror of how you treat yourself and how you want to be treated, right? One way that you can break this pattern is change the frequency. And the only way to do that is to dive deep into yourself, detach from those emotions that had happened to you, and replace it with forgiveness for yourself that it happened. Because you're not the only one. You know what I mean? You are not alone. There are other people around in the world that has been through maybe not the exact same thing, but something similar or something worse than you have, okay? And this would be a time to where you decide to change the frequency of that pattern so you can get rid of it for good, right? Whenever I was learning to do YouTube, and being a speaker is something that was new to me, right? I'm still I'm still trying to express myself in a way to where everyone can understand, but I was learning how to talk to people. So I got online and I listened to other people as speakers, specifically Mind Valley, of how they interacted with other people. And there was this lady on there, her name was Lisa Nichols, and she was talking about, you know, how she expresses herself with the masses. She explained that if you're still hurt by something, that's okay, but if you're hurt to the point to where you're breaking down and then you're telling the story to other people, they're not going to get the full gist of what you're trying to say. So wait until you're healed, then explain the story, right? Until it doesn't, because time heals, right? Until it doesn't make you cry or burst into tears while you're talking to other people. And that's one way that you can look at this, of not necessarily completely detaching from the emotions, but understanding and having a new sense of perspective of what had happened to you, rather than holding on to it, expressing yourself toward other people of how it affected you or what you learned from it, how you became the person that you are today, right? With this configuration, with the 7th house activated, there will be instances of feeling neglected, okay? Because Aquarius has the way of, detaching from emotions and being extreme, right? There will be instances of feeling neglected in regards to relationships. It's the mirror. This could be an inner child situation. I want to show you the configuration of opposition from the 1st to the 7th. When you have an opposition, there's a tug of war that happens between the signs. So both signs are activated, both houses are activated, and it could be, I don't want this relationship, but I need this relationship. Or it could be that they're not there for me like I want them to be, but I need this relationship, whether that is business or just relating to others. This could be a time to where that opposition is asking you to balance out those emotions, those dramatic emotions. It's like the seesaw effect, if you would, of one minute it feels this way, the next minute it feels this way, right? You could be really loved for who you are, and then all of a sudden there is a feeling of neglect, or a feeling of abandonment, or a feeling of disassociation with the relationship, okay? This is something that you have always encountered in your life, being a Leo sun, moon, or rising, okay? If you haven't felt it, if you're younger, right, you will feel it later on in life, I promise you. And the way to work with this is to understand your awakening with how to deal with relationships, okay? I say awakening because Aquarius, it is ruled by Uranus and also ruled by Saturn. And those configurations have a way of instant changes, chaotic changes, changes that are necessary for you to discipline yourself, Saturn, right? Changes are Uranus. In traditional astrology, it's ruled by Saturn, and modern astrology is ruled by Uranus. So we're going to look at both planets. I do want to remind you that I do have videos that include Uranus in Gemini and Saturn in Aries. If you want to refresh your memory in regards to how they're affecting you, and then apply it to this North Node of change that will happen within relating to others and your relationships that are happening. Okay, so let's take a look at Uranus first. Uranus is in Gemini in your 11th house. The 11th house in astrology is ruled by Aquarius. Okay, so you're kind of getting the same energy here with this Uranus. Again, those videos could give you more in depth, but I'm going to try to glaze over the definition here. 11th house, it deals with your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals, rewards and gains, your networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations. the community that you're in and the community that you want to be in. Okay. Friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing. This is also where technology is. With Gemini here, there is communication that is required. There is communication for you to express yourself either to a group, club, or affiliation, a community, over the internet. There's a requirement for you to relate to other people in that manner, okay? This could be that communication is coming to you from those people, and this could be where that consistent mirror is showing you your trigger, okay, from other people. Now, Gemini itself, it deals with communication, productivity, ambidextrous. They work with their hands a lot. It is the environment that you grew up in. It is youth also. Youthfulness and youth. Okay. Aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings are Gemini, right? Gemini is also moving or movement, because they like to go. Media and writing, your mindset, small education, like certificates, also licenses, permits, visas are attached to this, right? Ideas and documents. So this could be a time to where you are helping out either the person that you're with, relating to them, the person that you're with, or business associations by acquiring those things, those documents, maybe even a certificate, maybe to upgrade the business association. Maybe this has to do with a license that is required for that business, or this is a contract affiliation with another. And that could look like marriage, right? An agreement between two people. This could also look like a severing of contract, depending on the person. Uranus brings in shocking changes. Uranus can also just bring in change that is required for you to upgrade upon your path. So your goals are associated with this, okay? And the goal is to express or communicate or use, your God-given talent in some way, shape, or form with business, right? Or you're noticed for it. It could be that you're noticed for it, okay? And therefore you get a new collaboration with another or a business contract. But this could also be a situation of, those shocking changes that happen in regards to letting go of your ego that is situated with a goal, situated with some type of relationship that you have. And I'm a Pisces sun. So when we do this, it's an ego death, and it happens a lot, right, with Pisces, because our goal, our sole goal, is to have humility and understand the other in a very deep, soulful way. And this could be a time to where you are getting that notion of, I need to detach from the situation. I need to understand that these people, they're having a hard time right now, and it's a requirement for me to detach. That is Aquarius, okay? This could also be situations of communication coming to you. It could be from aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings that ask you or are connecting with their goal.
They either ask you to be involved or connect with their goal. And if there's any type of triggers inside of you of jealousy, or triggers inside of you of some type of mirror that comes back at you of envy, okay, that is something to notice. It's happening for a reason. It's happening so that you understand the situation and understand yourself, and that everyone has their own challenges, because you only see the result of the situation. It's not necessarily that you've seen it all the way through. You only see the result of a situation that is communicated to you, right? And that could trigger something within you, you know. This could also be a situation of you're finally finding that community, or your goal is finally reaching that fruition, that your hopes, dreams, and wishes are coming true. And that in itself, Leo, could be a traumatic experience for anyone, because they don't know how to handle the goal, or they don't know how to handle the blessing that has happened to them, because maybe they've had, you know, a rough life. This would be a time to where you are understanding how to. And it's shown to you that you have to leave the old life behind, whether that is you moving to a new community, or whether that is you getting married to the person that you've always wanted, or that business association, right, connected with your goal happens, that collaboration happens with that other person. You know, it can be a situation to where you are just mirrored of, how can I sustain it? Because we have Saturn activated, and having structure and sustaining things is a thing with Saturn, because it wants you to become a leader. It wants you to understand who you are. So Saturn is located in your 9th house in Aries right now. And now I want to remind you that Uranus and Saturn will be stationed in the same sign for the next 18.5 or 18 and a half months while this North Node is happening. Okay, so the 9th house, it deals with your belief system. It deals with the story, the perception that you have, the bigger picture, right? The 9th house is, in definition, described as long distance travel, other cultures, religions, belief systems, like I said, skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, and gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education, media, publishing, politics, freedom, legal cases. This is also considered the house of blessings, because it is ruled by Sagittarius in astrology. It is the house of blessings and opportunities that show up out of nowhere. And this could mean that Saturn is getting you ready for that blessing that changes your identity, connected with Aries, right? Aries is that first house in astrology. And it is the definition of identity and the way that other people see you. Your physical body, your looks, your aesthetic, the way you govern yourself throughout the world, okay, that is activated. With the 9th house, with Saturn is going to show you structure, show you how to build a foundation upon what needs to change with your belief system, that's in regards to relationships, or understanding that blessings are real, miracles are real, manifestation is real.
Okay? And this could be a time to where you see that because of some type of goal or ambition that you have coming true, right? This could also be a situation with Saturn of showing you lessons upon what you've been believing thus far. And I've went over that, I'm not going to beat a dead horse about it, but I went over that with you in regards to your perception upon relationships and detaching from situations that have happened. Okay? Your perception is going to change. The way that you see yourself is going to change, and other people are going to see this too. This could also look like a change of religion of some type because of maybe a situation with relationship or maybe a situation with opportunity that could happen that maybe you didn't believe in religion before and then all of a sudden things change. Or maybe it was the other way around, that you were very religious and then you're succumbing to an awakening. Saturn gives lessons upon situations by taking the people that you admire. In this case, it would be some type of teacher, preacher, or guru, right? Saturn is the leader, the person that is in charge of, okay, the older person, the father, if you would. Saturn takes these people and shows you that they're human so that you can become sovereign in your own leadership, okay? And that could be happening. It could be a time to where you're deciding, or your partner is deciding, because we have that 7th house activated, that they're going to become a teacher, preacher, or guru. This could also be an association of you finding one that helps you claim your sovereignty, okay? That helps you with your mindset, that helps you understand situations that are in regards to relationships. I use Tony Robbins and Sage Robbins. I also use Abraham Hicks. Every teacher has a teacher, and they learn from their students. But I do want to say, too, that words do not teach. Experiences teach. Okay, so if you've been through something, it could be time for you to express that to other people, get it out to the masses in some way, shape, or form, right? It could be that you have an opportunity to do that. And it could be someone that you look up to that asks you to be on their podcast, or that asks you to express some type of, I'm going to call it in a religious aspect, a testimony of sorts of what you've been through, right? Some type of situations where maybe you're publishing a book about it, okay? This could also be a time to where 9th house is long distance travel. You and your partner, or you yourself, relating to a new community, decide to move to that community. And that could happen during this transit of the North Node in the 7th. It could also be some firm foundation or some type of situation that happens that feels like it's bigger than life. I'm trying to prepare you for anything right here, because the 9th house can bring in what it feels like a savior complex of blessings being bestowed upon you that you never realized could happen. Miracles that could happen, okay, when the 9th house is activated. And
you never thought in a million years that you would be able to, and you fill in the blank, or that you would be capable of, and you fill in the blank. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Now, media is a thing, and you could be expressing, your perception on media in regards to what you think about relationships, or about healing that inner child that you were healing thus far, or that was triggered. Okay. There could be some type of requirement for you to deal with in-laws or grandparents or grandchildren. This could look like many things. This could look like a severing of relationship with those people, or it could mean that you're moving to those people. It could also mean that you're getting some type of communication about them moving toward you. Okay? Many things could come out of grandchildren, grandparents, and in-laws that are connected with your identity. So I'm not going to, talk about the lower vibration of it, because I'm sure you can guess what else could happen. But I do want to say that there is a disassociation that comes along with that, if it is already a problem that you're being called to take the lead, okay, with Saturn activated. Saturn also deals with those people of admiration. If you experience hurtfulness in regards to people of admiration, it doesn't matter who it is, someone of leadership that you look up to or have looked up to thus far, and then all of a sudden you realize that they're human, and it changes your whole perspective in regards to a belief system that you've held on to. Goals could change, right, because of that. And it could affect your identity depending on if you're in school, depending on what you want to do with your life. It could be a time of you feeling like you are a little bit lost. And I'm going to express that in the most compassionate way, because I've been there, And if that comes up, just keep doing what you love on a daily basis. Okay? And sometimes, naps are necessary. Okay? Because it allows the universe to clear a path for you, because you're not resisting it with your thoughts, and you're not resisting it with trying to micromanage or control things. So if you just rest or take a nap and it cuts off that communication of vibration that you're putting out there toward negativity, things just flow. So if you need to take a nap, do so. If you feel tired, rest. If you decide that you need to take time out for yourself and get away from the hustle and bustle, and take a long distance trip, right? A vacation. Okay. Studying anything that deals with your philosophy, or studying other people's philosophy, if you feel that loss within your perception. Understanding other perceptions help whenever you feel like you can't do anything. There is like a stall, or you feel stuck. Studying other people's perception in regards to whatever happened to you, or whatever is happening within the world, it doesn't matter. It can help you connect back to God, source, universe. Okay? Of training your thoughts of open open relationship, open connection toward the masses, because it's happening with this Aquarian energy of putting down the control factor, putting down and laying down that king or queen energy from the Leo standpoint, and understanding your sovereignty, that you being you means the world to everyone and yourself, your soul. Okay. Thanks, Leo, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe and hype the video. And I will see you next time. Hi, Virgo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this North Node that's happening in the 6th house and the South Node that's happening in the 12th. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe and hype the video. All right, Virgo. So the 6th house, in definition, it deals with your health, your daily routines, your daily work and employment. It also deals with your co-workers, your pets, your service to others, organizing and detail orientation, your self-mastery. Okay. This is also where all the things that you must do in servitude to the masses, with Aquarius activated here. Aquarius, it deals with the masses and the collective. It also deals with clubs, groups, and affiliations, community, togetherness, right? Community. The internet. It can also be in regards to your goals, your hopes, dreams, and wishes. I'm Mercury ruled, right? I'm a Virgo rising. And I can relate to this chart as I'm speaking, so please bear with me while Mercury is retrograde. Right? Okay. Oh. The North Node, it points to the direction, the next direction on your path that is leading you through as your soul is growing. It can be defined as psychological, and it can also, because of the psychological impact that is dealing with the masses, impact you in a physical sense. Okay, so what this could look like is there's a new way of connection with other people, serving in a different way, dealing with communities and dealing with groups, clubs, and affiliations in a different way. And it could be that there's a mass awakening that's happening and you're there to serve, okay? Or your servitude to others is changing. This could also look like a detachment from situations that have happened with your health. This could be that you are learning more in regards to a health situation that's happening. This could be a transformation of health that happens. And it could be due to information that you find out over the internet, or it could be due to, a change of your daily routine or what you've been doing thus far with your health, okay? This could also be a situation of an end of a health situation. I say these things because of that South Node in Leo. When you have the South Node in Leo, it is you releasing and letting go of things here. It can also be some type of healing that happens with the inner child, with connections with love and friendships, right? Because you are letting go of an old way of doing things within relationships and having fun and overindulgence. You're letting go of that to be inspired by the North Node of being healthier, having it together. Sixth house, it is ruled by Virgo in astrology. So having it together in a way that works and flows with you, rather than making it happen on the other side of Virgo, because Aquarius, it asks you to detach from that micromanaging way of Virgo, okay, or criticism, or over analyzing. It's asking you to do things differently. That is Aquarius. Aquarius, it deals with being different. It can also go to the extreme to where you figure out that there's a detachment that needs to happen. You know what I mean? Like, it can go all the way to the red line, or all the way to I'm completely burnt out, for you to realize that you have to let go. Okay? I know a lot of Virgos that have been through situations of, they're especially right now, that they're having trouble with their health situation, whether that is involved with eating, they're having trouble with digestion, they're having trouble with situations of health in general. And this would be a time to where Aquarius is asking you to step back and detach from the health situation and be more involved in helping other people. Doing things for other people helps you to detach from the reality that you are trying to micromanage. Okay? Being there, helping others. Also, changing up that daily routine or the work that you've been doing thus far, changing it up to where it matches your body language or matches what your body is trying to tell you. Okay? A lot of people with this configuration cannot understand why they sit down and like move their legs, like consistently up and down, up and down, up and down. Or they are sitting and watching a movie and they get up and they consistently do something. They don't understand why they're so energetic when they're so tired. Your nervous system is out of whack. And this could be a time to where you notice my nervous system is on, is way out of whack, and I'm either really nervous, anxiety, my emotions are everywhere. This is a time to where it will be shown to you that you need to take time out for yourself. Rest, take a nap, do some things that you enjoy, like watch children movies, because Leo is at the other end of this. There is an opposition. So there is a push and pull against, I never have fun, I'm always doing, or I need to do something while you are resting. Okay, there's an opposition there, a push and pull. It's time for that balance to come into play, and listen to your body. Even if it's not telling you or screaming at you out loud of what's happening, you'll notice if you're having trouble using the bathroom, or if you're having trouble eating, okay? If you're having trouble maybe sleeping, right? You're restless. This would be a time to where your body is screaming at you, and you have to come to a point of realization. There's an awakening of, my body needs to rest. I need to take more time out for myself rather than consistently trying to micromanage everyone, or I need to distract myself from thinking about it. It's one or the other, because if you sit and do nothing, sometimes your mind takes over. That would be a time to take a nap, or that would be a time to help someone else. Okay? With the South Node in the 12th house, I'm going to go over the 12th house so you know what it is. The 12th house, it deals with loss and grief. It deals with spirituality and soul work, enlightenment. This is where the dark night of the soul is, okay? Past lives, karma, healing and restoration of past conditioning. Prisons and hospitals are activated here. This is also insane asylums, and forgiveness would be activated with the 12th house, letting go and going with faith, endings and transformation. Your psyche, your psychic and intuition is activated with the 12th house. Higher states of consciousness, which it would be considered an awakening. The hidden is activated here. This could be a time to where, because we're releasing this and we are also healing with South Node, healing the inner child, a transformation of the inner child, a transformation of coming back into yourself and your sovereignty, seeing who you are really below the surface so that you can show other people your authenticity of who you are, okay? Ego is not a bad thing if it's used within sovereignty, but it can be stressful when it's used as a survival mode. And if you've been stuck in survival mode, this will change during this transit. You will understand that nervousness. You will understand that anxiety. You will understand that you're the one that is probably making yourself sick, right? You will understand that you can get help with this. Community and groups, clubs, and affiliations are activated with that North Node for you to have the help that's needed. Okay? Now, it could be that, your life is changing, that there is some type of change that happens within work. And it may not be, something that you chose. This could be that you realize, or there's some type of awakening of something happening at work. Drama is a thing with Leo. Drama is activated for everybody with Leo activated in the South Node. And people are acting out, not knowing how to heal, not knowing how, that inner child is screaming at them. Okay. They could be overindulging in things. They could be cheating on people because infidelity is Leo, right? They could be wanting that attention. It's all about me, right? It could end up that people that shouldn't be having children are having children. That could happen because children are activated, right? And it comes out of some type of relationship of infidelity. That could happen because Leo is activated. It could be also, that celebrity popularity and recognition status, the influence age, it's leaving. And people are coming together as collaboration, or people are understanding that they need help with whatever is needed. So this could be you with either a work situation, a daily routine, or something that is necessary for other people to help you out, that you're asking for the help needed. It's not easy for a Virgo. We like to be managers, great managers, over analytical, but it may be time for you to step into your sovereignty as an owner and let other people do the work. Delegate that work that is keeping you in that crazy anxiety or nervous system situation that you've been having, right? It's time for other people to help you out. This could also be a situation of if you're in the taboo, that you're doing it online, or that you're expressing that healing that you've went through online, so that other people, because that's a service, so that other people can see and understand that they're not alone. You're connecting, okay, with the masses. This could also be a situation where a transformation happens of your hopes, dreams, and wishes coming true. I mean, honestly, some type of goal that is reached, right? And it could be due to changes that had happened within the internet. A lot of people are using more AI. It could be due to situations of meeting the right people, right? Having other people help you. Like I said earlier, it could be due to situations that are happening within your community. You could be getting affiliated with other people that know or have been through that loss or grief that you've been through, right? And that connection brings in like-minded individuals that have been through the same situation. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person. This could be some type of loss of a job, or loss of an ambition, or loss of something that has happened, okay? That you find your people that you connect with, and you build upon that. This could also be, with the 12th house activated, habits, sabotaging habits that you're stopping. These sabotaging habits could have been, like I said earlier, that overworkload, or sabotaging habits that were situated around your health, okay? That you were smoking, drinking, doing what have you, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here I can tell you. I think I want to move on to the planets. So let's look at Uranus first. So in modern astrology, Uranus, it rules over Aquarius, okay? And in traditional astrology, Aquarius is ruled by Saturn. I have videos on both. Gemini, that has Uranus in it, and also Saturn and Aries. Both videos will give you more of a detailed situation of what's happening here with this North Node going into Aquarius, because they will both be in the same spot, or in the same sign, during this transit of the North Node. So if you want to look into my playlist, you can find those videos, get more of an idea on how it's affecting you. So with Uranus in Gemini, I'm not going to go through, a complete video of that, but I could. But I want to express to you that Uranus, it brings in shocking changes. It brings in like lightning bolt changes. Does that make any sense? It is represented by the tower tarot card of, changes that are necessary that happen, that God, source, universe has decided that this needs to change. Or this could be an awakening, an epiphany. It could be some type of push forward for you. Okay? And this is happening within the 10th house. And the 10th house, it deals with your ambition. That thing that you have been working up toward is your ambition. Okay? This is also considered your father's health and wealth. It can be not just fathers, but the parent that wears the pants in the family. Okay? The 10th house, it deals with those people that you put on a pedestal that you look up to. Right? People in admiration. It also deals with your power, bringing your power to the table. 10th house, it can be legacy, what you want to leave behind, what you've been working toward, right? Your legacy, your professional life, and your reputation. This is also your status, single to married, married to single. And this could be situated by the title that you hold within your workspace. Okay, whether you're manager, assistant manager, laborer, whatever, right? The title that you hold in your workspace. So with this activated with Gemini, we're talking about communication, we're talking about productivity, working with your hands, ambidextrous. This could be included with, Gemini deals with people. It deals with your aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings. Okay? Gemini is also small education, licenses, visas, permits. This could be moving, right? Gemini is moving. Ideas and documents, your mindset, media and writing. It can be considered the environment that you grew up in, vehicles, any type of tools that you use, okay? Uranus is coming in with changes to that 10th house using Gemini things. So that could be that there is tools implemented within your work facilitation that actually help you, okay? Because we're connecting the 6th house with the 10th. It could be that your work has implemented some type of AI something, and it can either get rid of the work that you're doing, or you're moving higher up toward a different title because of that change, right? This could also be that you're implementing some type of instrument. I'm going to call it an instrument rather than a tool. That you're implementing some type of instrument within your work facilitation that helps you excel, or gives you a break, or helps you do work in a different manner, right? It could be that you're just showing your boss this, and that is what pushes you further, okay? This could be that you're doing it for your ambition, that you're doing it for your goal, and it actually helps you, okay? This could also be a situation of communication of shocking changes that are happening in the workplace because of technology, or it could just be, a shocking change that's happening within the workplace. That could go either way, right? You could gain or lose a job. You know what I mean? You could, during this time of
shocking changes that are happening in the 10th house, that you leave a job for a better one that actually goes with the flow of your health, or situates you within a different type of community. I don't know about you, Virgo, but there had been times to where I had jobs to where I was hazed, okay, by the older ladies, because I'm of a certain generation. We do not look like our age, no matter how old we're getting, okay? We consistently look like children. And it doesn't matter if you're an adult. Sometimes, those people, they have healing that needs to happen. And this could be a time to where that is expressed to you, of your understanding and seeing and having enlightenments in regards to everyone is going through inner child healing. And if they didn't get something as a child, or their children treated them a certain way, or they treated their children a certain way, it is a reflection upon you, right? And you're seeing this. If that's happening to you, you're seeing this, okay? And this could be a time to where, you just let it go and get a new one. Or it could be that you're being let go. That happened to me with that situation. I was laid off, okay? For no reason. I did great work, and they never got any type of letters or anything from anyone stating that their employee was a great employee, except for me. It was very strange. You know what I mean? And Virgos, as a Virgo, you take pride in that. But it's a time for that pride to, be let go and understand what you need. Sometimes, when someone is giving you that ego accommodation, it's not enough. They can say, thank you, you did a great job. They could give you a pizza party, right? It's just not enough for the things that you do. And this could be a time to where that comes into realization of you going into burnout and understanding that you're not getting what you had been giving out, and changes are being made. But they're being made with compassion is the thing. Because when you start understanding that you deserve better, you also understand, the whole situation of what had happened. You understand that they acted a certain way because of you. You understand that, things could have been better. They could have been a certain way toward me. But I reflected upon them that I was capable, right? And that changes the whole story, the whole perspective there. Okay? There is a forgiveness that's happening, and compassion that is happening with the South Node in Leo in the 12th. This could also be a time to where you're deciding that you can't do it alone, being a leader, okay? 10th house is your power. 10th house is dealing with your mindset, being a Gemini. And it could be that you're ready to give the reins to someone else, or you're seeing that there really isn't any reward with being the complete leader, that it takes a team to do what is needed. That could be something. Maybe it's just, that it's a feeling of being alone, that comes to your mind, because we have that 12th house activated, and it can bring in that dark night of the soul
of, anything that had happened within childhood or loss that you may have had, And so this could mean that it's time to delegate the work, or it's time to understand that, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? Of taking a toll on your health. So I do want to look at Saturn. Saturn is in our 8th house. In the 8th house, it deals with transformation and endings, transformation and rebirth. Death and rebirth doesn't necessarily mean an ending, but it is a death and rebirth, like the phoenix rising from the ashes. Now, it can be literal death. I have experienced this transit. Oh, goodness. I don't know if you guys have, but here lately, I've lost family members. I have lost pets. I have lost, other animals that aren't domestic pets, but they are pets. You know what I mean? So this is very prominent for me right now. That's why it took me so long to make these videos. Oh, goodness. But changes are happening. Changes are happening. With the 8th house activated, 8th house, I'm going to go over the definition. Legal matters, divorces, other people's resources. This could be merging of two souls, soulmates coming together. Okay? Crisis, healing of fears and phobias. Grants, government, taxes, debts, banks, mortgages, banking. This could be loans. Hidden topics like taboo topics. This could be investments, long-term finances, truths that come out. Okay? All of these things are connected with Aries. And Aries is about you, your identity. Aries is connected with the 1st house in astrology. It deals with your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, your aesthetic, your self-leadership, your self-governing of yourself, the way you lead yourself out into the world. Okay? This is changing because your daily routine and health situation could be changing, right? Saturn is here to build a leadership quality within you. It wants you to lead through the 8th house. There's something here to where you need to take authority over, right? And it could be that you need to take authority over shared resources, okay? That you're the person that has the capability of giving your resources to other people, or this could be that Saturn could be acting out as a person. This could be an old person. This could be a father figure. This could be a person of admiration, that they are helping you. Okay? They're creating some type of shared resource that you're capable of using so that you have more of a better quality 6th house. Health, your daily routine, daily work and employment, your pets. This could be dealing with, Aquarius things of, you have the capability now to get healthier, or you have the capability now to have a different type of routine because of this person that's acting out as a Saturnian person coming in that 8th house. That is a possibility. Okay. Now I have videos upon Saturn and Aries if you want to take a look. This could also be that you yourself are starting to become a leader over a community or affiliation that you have. That is also a possibility. Now, there could be lessons that come out of being that leader, okay? That you're understanding that you need breaks, or you're understanding that you want to work with your divine, how would I say that? The divine feminine rather than divine masculine. I have a video upon that too, of how to lead yourself within either world, right? Divine feminine is more of taking time for yourself if you need it, and then working. Divine masculine is more of getting down to the nitty gritty and doing, right? Taking action. Everyone has both qualities in them. It's the balance that is needed, okay, of either one, working with your divine feminine, divine masculine. This could be a time to where you're learning that, because psychological situations happen with the 8th house. You upgrade within your psyche, you have the 8th house and 12th activated. So it could be an awakening of what to do with, your time, considering the 6th house being activated. An awakening of learning how to deal with psychological things, of being a leader, of taking the reins, of, because leaders sometimes they feel alone, okay? And sometimes they feel like they don't have anyone to talk to about the problems that they're going through, because then they wouldn't be a leader. You know what I mean? They would be subject to whoever they're teaching. They would be subject to whoever they're leading, right? And this is a time to where you could be finding other people that are in the same position as you and discussing the things that have been bothering you, because there are triggers coming out and there are awakenings coming out, right? And you're not alone. I think personally, anyone that is on the internet, or that is, some type of upper title within their community, they feel alone, and you're not alone. Okay. Anyway, so we have the 8th house activated with Saturn, of maybe even teaching you lessons of shared resources, that you can't just give everything away in servitude. You have to hold some back for yourself. It could be lessons within loans. It could be lessons within, sharing some type of whatever. It really doesn't matter what you're sharing that is yours, but it could be a lesson of, finances. It could be a lesson of your servitude, okay, if you're overdoing it. 8th house is also considered, that financial part of stocks, or I'm losing track here. Long-term finances, investments, things of that nature. And this could be a time to where something happens there with those long-term finances that you had already acquired, or that you're just putting in. This could be a time also that you decide to put your face, or I say face because of Aries being activated, or this could be some type of implementation of something new over the internet. And it's an expression of yourself. It's an expression of what you've been through. It's an expression of loss. It's an expression of, your God-given talent. And this could be a time to where you actually have the time to do that, right? Or that it's needed. you could find resources through communities, through groups, clubs, and affiliations that can help you with your daily routine and work. Resources in regards to if you work with pets. I work with animals, right? I breed cattle. So you could find resources from the government or get some type of taxes back in regards to, children are activated with Leo. This could be, I'm seeing if there's anything else. Give me 1 second. An inheritance that happens from an older person. Doesn't have to be a father. It could be a father figure. It could be the person that wears the pants in the family, right? That there's an inheritance that comes through that changes everything for you. That lifestyle, the servitude, okay, your job, right? If you get some type of goal, hope, dream, wish come true with Aquarius being activated, that lifestyle is going to change. Okay. And I think that might be about it, Virgo. Thank you for being here. Again, I have videos if you want to hear me ramble in my playlist. And please like, share, and subscribe and hype the video. And I'll see you next time.
Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to discuss this North Node that's happening in Aquarius and the South Node that's happening in Leo. Your 5th and 11th house is activated. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, hype the video. Okay, so the 5th house, it deals with your love life. It deals with your hobbies, enjoyment, how you have fun, children, joy, hope, and optimism, celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. This could also be pets. I include domestic pets here, right? Rather than just any old pet, it would be domestic pets, because I have cattle, and usually in the 6th house, whenever it's activated in my chart, my cattle is activated. Does that make any sense? So we're going to do domestic pets here. Also, dating, creativity, your God-given talent, all right, is here. With the North Node in Aquarius, is asking you to go toward helping other people, such as groups, clubs, affiliates, communities, with your God-given talent. Could be over the internet. This could also include that you figure out how to apply that God-given talent over those things. Your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals are activated with Aquarius. Aquarius definition, I'm going to give it to you. Like I said, your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals, networks, clubs, groups, and affiliates, community, friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way, and of course the internet technology. Okay, so this could be a situation to where you're learning how to use or implement technology with that God-given talent. This could also be a situation of friendships, lovers that are affiliated with other people or over the internet, such as you getting involved with dating apps, or you meet someone while you're out into the community. Friendships being associated with those like-minded individuals is here. Okay, so the North Node is leading you toward the right people to be connected with. This could also mean that with Aquarius activated, there is some type of extreme or detachment that could happen, right? This detachment could be because of some type of infidelity that happens. Fifth house in astrology is Leo, okay? And Leo has a way of showing people infidelity or someone cheating, okay? So this could be a time to where there is a detachment from infidelity or detachment from you choosing infidelity, okay? I put both of them, both definitions on here because on the other side, we have the South Node. And that South Node, it's in Leo. And Leo, again, like I said, is infidelity. It's fun, sex, enjoyment, hope, optimism, motivation, all about me is Leo. The being recognized for who you are is Leo. Your God-given talent is also Leo. Leo has a way of being prideful. Leo also has a way of being very fiery when it comes to relationships and not getting their way in relationships, right? So with that said, if any type of infidelity happens, there would be a detachment toward that, or there would be information coming out of groups, clubs, and affiliations that would point to that infidelity. I want to express this to you because the fifth house being activated with the North Node, Leo being activated, also Aquarius being activated in your fifth house, the 11th house is represented by Aquarius. So there is a push and pull on you doing things as an individual yourself to be noticed and be recognized and have the praise, and then going toward doing it for the greater good, right? And if it's for the greater good of the masses or your group, club, or affiliation or your social life, for you to ignore or neglect or have a detachment from what's happening within the love life, then so be it, right? So this could be a time to where you're figuring out what you want, what's best for everyone. If it deals with certain things such as you join this group, you are included in some type of community, and they see you for who you are, but yet you're the only one getting the praise. You're not doing it with someone else. You're not including other people. This could be a situation to where you realize that the people that are surrounding you, they're really not your friends. Or this could be a situation to a point of love to where you see that this love relationship isn't what I thought it was. Or this could be a situation to where it's time for you to include yourself with other people because it's best for whatever your God-given talent is. And that could be that you're on the internet, or that could be something that deals with innovative ideas. To do this idea, you have to have other people. And because it's set up like this with your chart, you will end up being noticed for who you are, and also having that authentication expression, but you have a different purpose to do this. You have it to where you don't want to just do it for yourself. You want to do it to uplift something that maybe no one has, or that is needed within the community, or that maybe it's not about you anymore, and you see the bigger picture of the situation, and therefore that is your purpose for whatever you decide to do with your God-given talent. Okay, I do want to say too that Aquarius is ruled by Saturn and Uranus. If you have not watched those videos, I have videos upon Saturn and Uranus, Uranus being in Gemini and Saturn being in Aries. And you can get more of a detailed situation, or Mercury is retrograde, a detailed definition on how it's affecting you, this North Node in Aquarius, because it will go both ways. It will affect you psychologically, and because of that, it will turn into a physical change, right? And this could be, where you find out how to love someone, or you understand the love of a group, or you understand, the capabilities of your child, or you understand that having a child is this and this because of this group information that you're getting. This could be a time to where you are diving into more of groups, clubs, and affiliations to get more information in regards to how to love, or having children, or dealing with children, or what they did, or what you should be helping your child see with their talents. This could also be a situation with overindulgence, that you're deciding to go to rehab, or you're deciding to stop socializing as much with overindulgence, right? Maybe it caused a problem. Maybe it caused a love problem, or maybe it is best for everyone if you step back from whatever sabotaging habit that you have, right? This could be also a situation of being motivated by a group, club, or affiliation because of them helping you with a goal, or helping you with your God-given talent to get to where you need to be. Okay? The South Node of where you're releasing, you will release old friends and old lovers and people that are not for you and what you have planned. That will be released. It will be released once you understand your sovereignty. And many people are going through the dark night of the soul right now because of this configuration, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be in the same houses that you have, but many people are trying to figure out who they are. They're lost. They can be dramatic. They could be having inner child healing. That could be something that you're getting involved in, with inner child healing and understanding how it affected you when you were a kid, how you were brought up. Also, any type of belief system that was connected with childhood, how that's changing. And you could be finding other people that are going through the same thing, and you guys get together as a like-minded individuals and create a group, or you're doing something together, even if that's healing, right? So the traditional ruler over Aquarius, it is Uranus in Gemini. And we're going to take a look at Uranus and Gemini for a second. Let me grab another pen here. I'll use purple. It's fine. Ninth house being activated with this Uranus, your belief system is changing, Okay, and it has connections with both the North Node and South Node, right? Because both have Aquarius within them. And your belief system is changing, your philosophy is changing, the way that you've been doing things thus far is changing, okay? Ninth house, it deals with long distance travel, other cultures, religious beliefs, belief systems in general, exploring belief systems, okay? It is considered the bigger picture. Skills and learning abilities is here. Teachers, preachers, gurus are also here. In-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents. Higher education, media, publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. With Uranus here, Uranus is changing all of these things. It could be shocking changes that come in. This could come in by Gemini, such as communication, text, an idea. This could be an epiphany or an awakening that happens. This could also be a situation of a document that comes through. Moving could be considered here. Moving to a new community that helps you figure out your God-given talent or shows you that you are capable, right? That could be of a long distance. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but it could just be moving, okay? This could also be a situation where Gemini deals with your mind and the way that you process your thoughts. And this could be that you are getting more into a hive mind, if you would, such as thinking about other people before you're thinking about yourself, like what would they like, or how can I help, right? Could be a situation there. This could also be with Uranus activated with instant changes. That could include people that are in-laws, grandparents, grandchildren. A child could be born and you're a grandparent, right? And therefore you're getting involved with community. You're getting involved with like-minded individuals. This could also be a situation to where you're becoming an in-law because your child is getting married. This could be a situation to where, you know, there's communication in regards to that in-law, or there's communication in regards to that grandparent that they are moving, or that they have a certain type of belief system and you had no idea. You know, things will happen that are shocking. And if you thought a person was a certain way, this could be a time to where you're seeing things differently. Like, you didn't know that your grandfather cheated on your grandmother, you know, and there was a kid somewhere in between, or you're getting on ancestry.com is the thing, and you're finding out, you know, the secrets in regards to your grandparents, in regards to in-laws. Maybe, you know, a grandchild is somewhere, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. And it changes your belief system surrounding the situation. And Gemini, it rules over aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. Okay, so it could be that they find out this and tell you, or they could be the ones that are expressing communication to you about their beliefs, and it makes you think, or it gives you an epiphany or enlightenment. I do want to say that with Gemini activated, we're talking about also tools, right? Tools, instruments and tools that are used for productivity. And this could be a time to where you figure out or have an idea upon how to use instrument tools for your God-given talent through a teacher, preacher, or guru, or that teacher, preacher, or guru could have an influence in regards to your mind of how you have thought thus far about situations, okay? I want to take a look at Saturn. Saturn is in the 7th house. It is the traditional ruler. Yeah, traditional ruler of Aquarius, while Uranus is the modern ruler. I think I had that mixed up earlier, but it's okay. It's Mercury retrograde. Right? So Saturn being the traditional ruler, being in the 7th house. Now, Saturn, it does a few things. It can bring in lessons. It can bring in older people. It can also bring in those of father figures or fathers, or those people that wear the pants in the family, okay? Saturn is also considered foundation and structure and discipline. Saturn is also in regards to work, okay? So many definitions about Saturn, but those are, you know, as much as I know. So if you have any more about Saturn, please list them below in the comments for other people that are Libras. But Saturn being in the 7th house, it could be giving you lessons in regards to independence, being into relationships. This could bring in anger. This could bring in situations of independence, being into a relationship, like you feel like you need to leave the relationship, or you're stuck in your independence, right? And Saturn, it will give you lessons of you can't do it on your own, whether that is, you know, having a business association, because 7th house is relating to other people, and it's relating with marriages, is relating with business associations, contracts, agreements. This is also where clients are. Therapy is here, okay? And this could be a time to where therapy is needed in regards to your thought processes for independence, or it could be that you are alone and you are looking for someone. And Saturn is giving you lessons on, you know, how to do love, right? And there are some things, being in love with another person, you have to understand that you're not independent any longer, that you can be in a relationship and be yourself too, that it's not a separate thing, but the independent you that has to do everything yourself and control that, that's something that would have to be worked on. And therefore, the 7th and the 5th house are coming together for you to find like-minded individuals that are also those that feel like they can't do it on their own, or those that feel over independent. There is someone for everyone, I think, personally. You know, you look around and, you know, there is someone for everyone. And depending on if you want it, right? And if you choose to have it. This person, because we have the 7th and the 5th house activated with this North Node in Aquarius, could be found over the internet, in a community, in a club, group, or affiliation. It could be that you meet this person by an older sibling, or they could be further away from you, okay? Because those friends of long distance and acquaintances, they could have someone in mind that could hook up with you, right? So that would be one way to look at this. They could be an older person than what you're normally trying to find, because they are independent, just like you. You know what I mean? This could be a situation of anger being into the relationship, or you have experienced anger within love, and this would be a time to where you could heal it by finding those people that also feel the same way, or getting involved with therapy groups, clubs, and affiliation that also feel the same way. Aries is also the warrior, and that said is connected with the military. So this person could be in the military, right? Or you could have been in the military. It could be friends or lovers or children that are connected with military. Okay? Saturn can bring in situations of firm foundation and discipline. So it could be that you're joining the military as a contractual agreement, or that you're having a contract with someone, such as marriage, that was in the military, or a business association being in the military, right? Military is affiliated with groups, clubs, and affiliations, right? In a new community. So it works out that way. But Saturn being a job, it could be a military job. It could be some type of contract with the military, not necessarily that you're joining it, but you have some type of contract with military or veteran. This could also be a situation of collaboration with another person, and it feels very quick, okay? It feels very quick, very fast, because Aries is activated. Saturn is asking you to take it slow and use your thought processes amongst anything that seems too quick, okay? Think about it before you enter into that partnership, relationship, collaboration with another. This could be with work, that Saturn is bringing you something with work that's affiliated with contracts, agreements, collaborations. This could also be a situation to where, you know, you get married. Identity change is connected with Aries, that you're getting married and there's a celebration. Celebration is the 5th house, right? There's a celebration amongst that. It could also be a friend's wedding. It could be a child's wedding, okay? That happens here. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Well, I think that might be about it. Well, if you're on the internet already and you are an influencer, or you are a person that works over the internet, this could be a collaboration with another person that you're doing. This person could be older. You could be doing this with your father. This could be that your father-in-law, right, is helping you out with your God-given talent, or telling you about community or some type of club, group, or affiliation that can help you with your God-given talent, okay? They could be stepping in as the firm foundation or discipline that you need, or whatever you need to hear, that changes that mindset and also helps you connect with them deeper, all right? And that may be about it, Libra. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Scorpio. Hope you're doing well today. This is for Scorpio Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this North Node that's happening in your 4th house, and also the South Node that's happening in the 10th. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype the video, comment so that it hits the algorithm. Alright, so the 4th house, by definition, it is your home, your property, your family, nurturing, mothers, motherhood, mother figures. This could be the nurturing parent, okay? Your emotional security is here, your sense of belonging, emotional body, your foundation. This is your private space, the 4th house. The 4th house in astrology is ruled by Cancer. So it deals with cancerous things such as the past and family and moods, right? Your emotions. With the North Node here, this could be a new beginning in regards to a home life, a family life. This could be a new beginning, a goal, a dream, hope, or wish, because that is Aquarius, of you starting to heal the past, to heal emotional wounds of the past, okay? This could also be a way for you to clear out any ancestral patterns that are stuck on you. All right, Scorpio. I do want to say too that this could be a new beginning of, if you have the goal or the desire to become a mother. This could be a new beginning of becoming a mother, a grandmother, or something that's happening for your mother. Okay? Aquarius, it deals with hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals, rewards and gains, your networks, clubs, groups, and affiliates that you have, the community you want to reside in. Okay? This is also friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, technology, and this could be a time to where you're starting something new in your home or concerning something with a property, right? Aquarius can be detachment. It can be extreme because they think on an extreme processing rather than, the small processing of information like a Gemini. This would be more of extreme change because it is ruled by Uranus and Saturn, right? So there's an extreme thought process of how to change something completely and also bring it down to earth, Saturn, and a firm foundation with discipline and sustainability, okay? To give you a little bit of insight. Now, Aquarius, they have a way of doing things on their own. And I'm going to explain. It's living in your divine feminine and not putting too much action, because when the action comes, it's going to completely change something. But usually it is an awakening that follows the action, okay, of you awakening to a new way, a new process, a new foundation, something that is life-altering, okay, is Aquarius. This can also be a situation of you taking your time for yourself, seeing your sovereignty, because we have the South Node in that 10th. And the South Node in the 10th is requiring you to understand who you are in the 10th house. And the 10th house is your legacy, your professional life, your work, career, reputation, your father's health and wealth. Also, people that are considered like a father could be the person that wears the pants in the family, okay? This could also be a situation of your role in life, your title that you hold, whether you are single or married, a CEO or a laborer, okay? The title you hold that everyone sees you as. This is a public house here. This is also considered your power. The power that is inside of you that gives you that determination, because the 10th house is ruled by Capricorn in astrology. So there is a connection with Saturn there. But it's determination of what to do next and have sustainability. I'm sorry, Mercury is retrograde right now as I'm doing this video. So a little bit about Leo. Leo is defined, of course, by the 5th house in astrology and also by the sun, right? Because Leo is ruled by the sun. Leo wants to shine, wants to be on stage, wants to be all about me. Leo is creativity. Leo is also love and friendships. It can be pets. It can be where you're recognized and holding that recognition, being on stage in front of people, or being on stage just in your own little circle, right? Leo is also considered infidelity, okay, on the other end of it. Leo can be children. It can be hobbies. It can be your expression, right? And the South Node is what we are required to release at this time. So there's something new coming in to replace whatever has been going on in past ways of you loving people, and past ways of you having friends, and past ways of maybe if there was infidelity involved, this would be you getting back into your sovereignty, okay? Knowing who you are and showing others who you are. But it's not for you. It's for the greater good. It's for the masses, or it's for the benefit of the community. Okay, do you understand? This would be you putting down that crown and picking up the staff of action to take the crown's place of something has to happen, right? Something has to give within me so that my external experience changes, okay? With this activation, with the South Node, it will also be sooner or later conjunct Jupiter, right? It will have some type of aspect toward Jupiter and Pluto in Aquarius. Jupiter will be in Leo for the next year. If you haven't watched that video, please do. And Pluto will be in Aquarius, transforming your 4th house. All right? For the next, 20 years. It's a long transit, you know. But within this transit, Pluto being the slower planet always wins in an aspect. Okay? So this is you trying to understand who you are and transforming who you're hanging out with, transforming where you're living, transforming the situation of your emotional body, right? To gain that power back, to understand who you are means something to other people. And it is a requirement for you to heal, okay? This is also a situation with your talents and genius, because Leo, it deals with talents and genius, okay? And you could be releasing those talents and genius toward a work situation, toward maybe a group club or affiliation. And even if you got some type of recognition for it, this would just be you having that desire to share who you are, because others need to see who you are on that level. Okay? So it would be like a celebrity, right? A celebrity, they do what they do because they love it. They're already getting recognition for who they are. Some of them care about that, some of them don't. Usually it's the latter of they're not in it for the fame. This is more of doing what they love, right? Because there's no tenacity within them without that passion, and that passion is connected with Source, God, the universe, and it turns into an enjoyment, it turns into a love for self, it turns into a love for the masses. You get what I'm saying? Okay, so I want to look at Uranus and I want to look at Saturn. I do have videos upon Uranus and Saturn. Uranus right now is in Gemini and Saturn is in Aries. But we're going to take a look at Uranus first. It is the modern ruler of Aquarius. Uranus being in Gemini in the 8th. Shocking changes that happen to your psyche. You rule, Scorpio, that 8th house. Okay? So this shouldn't be too much of a shocking change, honestly. This would more or less be an awakening for you on a psychological standpoint. 8th house, it deals with your psyche. It deals with transformation. It also deals with finances, other people's resources, okay? And when I say other people's resources, it doesn't necessarily have to be just money. This could be connected with property, homes. This could be connected with a mother figure, or someone that is the nurturing parent. Their resources, their vehicle. Gemini is defined by vehicles, it's defined by tools, anything that you can use with your hands. Gemini is also other things such as communication and your mindset. It is small education. Moving is Gemini. Media and writing. Gemini includes people such as aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Okay? So with that said, and we have the 8th house of death and rebirth activated. Yes, there could be an inheritance there. I forgot to say siblings too. Siblings is Gemini. This could be the environment that you grew up in is changing, is having lots of changes, and you could have a requirement to move, right? Because we have that 4th house activated with homes and properties. A lot of people are having in the U.S. data centers being built, and they're having trouble with water, and they're having trouble with animals, okay? And that could be something that's indicated here because of Uranus. Uranus is technology. Uranus is the internet, and it is shocking changes, awakenings. Uranus, it has the way of changing things that were meant to be changed by you, but haven't. And the universe is stepping in and saying, it's time. right? And so if that's dealing with your home life or community or anything that deals with maybe a child moving out, that could be something, right? This could be where this is activated. This could also be communication, because Gemini is communication, about changes or transformations that are happening with a child. Okay, it doesn't have to be a child. It could be a friend. It could be the love that you feel, your relationships that you have. It could be also communication with your mind, your mindset, that awakening happening for you. And it changes your emotional body. And it changes how you have processed the past. This could also be communication coming from those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings. Okay? That they're having a transformation or something has transformed. Right? And I know that is, a wide variety, but this is a general reading to remind you. So communication coming out of nowhere, shocking communication that comes in out of nowhere, that changes your mindset, that changes your emotional body, that changes situations that you had processed already or healed already. They could be coming back to be changed again. Okay, I'll give you an example of that, such as, there could have been things about other people, because we're dealing with a Scorpio house, and other people are considered with Gemini and with the 10th, okay? And this could be that other people have given you a hard time, given you drama in the past. And you're starting to learn how to heal. You're starting to see things in a different manner. One of the examples I can give is something that I had healed, right? I mean, the only thing I can give you is my experience, right? Because words don't teach anyways. It's always about experience. I had went through situations of people being jealous, and jealousy is the 8th house, right? It is scorpionic. It is obsession. It is possession, right? And this could be a time to where you're facing that with other people. And it's time to let it go and change the way that you healed it before. Because I'm sure that you've went through that situation before. Scorpios are usually beautiful, right? They're a water sign, the deep water sign. Okay, so it's not just beautiful on the outside, it is beautiful within. Okay, and because they see the truth of everyone, and that in itself is a beautiful mess. Okay, with the process of me healing that, I came to the conclusion of, it's made me angry. So I'm sure that the thought processes I had about anger, right? Oh goodness. I have Scorpio in my chart too, right? There's a stellium there. So the processes of being angry, and the processes of being hurt, and the processes of trying to understand, because once you understand, you can command those thoughts. Okay? So my thought processes was, what if I was to look at this in the way that Source looks at this? That, yeah, they are giving me haterade, or they are giving me shade, or they are giving me situations that I don't understand and don't like. But what if I turn that around into something that was love and light, right? Because that's what we're supposed to be, Scorpio, right? Is love and light, and that's what we're supposed to go toward, is source energy. That's why people meditate. That's why people manifest. That's why people get into spirituality or any type of alternative thinking is what I'm going to call it. What if I change my thought processes of blessing them rather than putting so much negativity toward them? This is another way of forgiveness, if you would, or this is another way of making your vibration higher, because you have to remember the universal law. The universal law, you get what you put out into the world. And if I put out blessings toward them, I will get more blessings, right? So I tried it, okay? I went through the list of people that have hurt me, and I went through the list of people that made me feel a certain way, whatever, or was stuck in my energy. And as soon as I did that, as soon as I started saying, I want you to bless them, okay? I want the universe to bless them. I want them to have everything that they ever wanted. There's a couple of things that come with that. Your energy, your vibration gets higher, okay? Your cord that is stuck with them severs, all right? And then things start happening. Number one, you don't think about them anymore. Not really, you know what I mean? Because that energy of negativity is not going around and around in your head. That trigger that you have that is connected with them, you see that it's happened more than once. So it's not about them, it's about the trigger. You know what I mean? Also, once they get blessed, you may or may not hear about it. Okay? You may or may not, depending on how close they are to you. They get out of your energy, or they share their blessing with you. Shocking changes. Okay? It has happened. Right? I mean, just try it. Just try it. You know what I mean? Just try it. Even if you don't have any type of religious belief, your perception toward others is, I will never, you know what I mean? Even if that's so, just try it for shits and giggles, okay? And see what happens. Because what you put out there, you will receive. I tried it, and I received blessings from everywhere. Not from them, but from everywhere. And then later, it was from them. Not directly, but it was because of they were out of my energy. Okay? So if you have a neighbor that is very annoying, because we're dealing with your home life and community, pray for them to have abundance, lots of money, lots of love, win the lottery. You can go as far as being detailed. Because if they win the lottery, they're going to move, baby. And they're not going to be in your energy. You know. Oh, goodness. So it's just a different way of having relationship with the universe, with your thoughts and your words, Gemini. Okay? All right. So I want to look at the shared resources here. Now, you could receive shared resources from, you know, that inheritance I was talking about, or just from aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or neighbors. This could be you deciding to upgrade your college degree, because we have certificates here, small education, which could be an associate's degree. It could be licenses, visas, anything of that nature, documentation that's needed. A transformation can happen there with that. It could be that you're deciding with your psyche, connected with your mindset, that you need to level up. All right. I do want to show you too that the 9th house here, let me get my pen. The 9th house is in Cancer. And that Cancer rules over the 4th. And the 9th house, it deals with your perception, and it deals with your belief system, and it also deals with college, 4-year college. And this could be something that you're getting into, some type of situation of doing college from home, or deciding that you're going to use it for some situation that deals with property, community, groups, clubs, and affiliations. You could use it, maybe your mother or your children are doing this, upgrading, right? Because they're connected with this also. So they could be the ones that are up-leveling. And therefore, it benefits you. Either they're not living with you anymore, or, you know, they're happy. So, and it makes you happy that they're happy, and it changes the thought processes and maybe even the relationship connection between you and that child. Okay? All right, so I want to look at, because finances are a thing right now, and long-term finances, taxes, anything that deals with the government, this could be banking loans or loans in general. This could be you paying it off, finding a way to pay it off, or this could be you obtaining one so that you can pay for a mortgage, or you can pay for something that deals with a shared resource. I do apologize if you hear the rain in the background. I take time to do my astrology outside sometimes because I need to be in nature. Right? Okay, so let's look at Saturn. Saturn is in Aries. And Aries is in the 6th. That 6th house, it deals with your health and daily routines, your daily work and employment, your co-workers, your pets, how you service others, giving service to others, okay? Organizing, detail orientation, and self-mastery. Now, the 6th house in Aries, Aries is fast. Aries is considered a warrior-like sign. Aries is connected with the 1st house, which is your identity, okay? And the way that other people see you, right? Aries is your individuality, okay? Your image, your looks, your physical body, right? It is also connected with movement, just like Gemini, okay? With Saturn here, Saturn could be giving you lessons in regards to your health situation. And it could deal with, I'm not a health astrologer, so I'm kind of guessing at this. It could deal with something that deals with your head. It could deal with something that deals with your anger, okay? Having authority clashes, and that authority can come out of anywhere. I mean, you choose who you think is in authority, and that's the person by definition of Saturn. It could be someone older. This could be a father figure, right? This could be work. This could be clashes with a boss, okay? Saturn is trying to teach you leadership of how to do the 6th house. How to be a leader within the 6th house, okay? So this could be a situation of you do become a boss, or you already are a leader, right? And Saturn being connected with the 10th house, And it's also connected with your third, because it's Capricorn. It's the ruler over Capricorn, right? What this could look like is maybe a loss of a job. That could happen, right? Or you decide that you're over it and you need to console your physical body, your health. This could be you taking breaks. This can look like burnout that happens so that you come back to yourself, okay? Doing too much, serving too much. Saturn can give lessons upon that. This could also be a situation of your boss requiring you to do these things. And that's where, you know, the changes start happening of, well, I can't handle it all, or there's some type of argument that happens, or anger has happened toward that boss, you know, from too much burnout, and, you know, that happens. But it could be that you're turning into a leader, that there's communication of someone leaving, someone that was of a Leo definition, like they were always in the room and had to shine, or they were consistently a person that had to be on the pedestal to ask for this, that, and other. They're the ones that are leaving, and that changes everything for you. Now, I do want to say too that this job could be further away because we have Aquarius activated, okay? This could be also that something that happens within that occupation changes to a point of you having to travel, okay? This could be the other way around too, of you working from home, or you being on the internet at home. It could go either way. I just said long distance travel because, you know, your fourth house has connections with the ninth, and the ninth is long distance travel. Okay, so that's why I said it like that, but it could go either way. This could be a situation of you being noticed for what you've done thus far, and you didn't realize that people were watching. Or it could go the other way around of you backing off from being of service to other people. It really depends on, you know, what you want out of life, because your goals and your desires are being activated with the fourth house. So if your desire is to be at home and not be working, you know, that is a possibility that it comes true. And therefore the eighth house being activated with that Uranus is activating you getting unemployment, or activating you using the government for that shared resource, or getting shared resources from those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings, right? That could happen. It could be a situation of you leaving a legacy, okay? That you yourself, if you're of age and you're not working and you're retired, that you're deciding upon who you leave that legacy to. We have legal cases and legal situated with the ninth. Remember that ninth house that is also Cancer, okay? And it could be that you're leaving it to your children, or you're situating the wording of that inheritance of that document of your estate. This could also be a transformation of the person that you have over that, such as power of attorney. I think that's the word. I'm trying to tell you as much detail as I can with this. If you are not one that is out there trying to get a job, or if you are one that is retired, that you're situating a different type of power of attorney within that estate because of maybe situations that have happened with anger, because Aries is activated with Saturn, power struggles. This could have happened to where it clashed with another child, or it clashed with a person that you were significant toward, because that is the fourth house, that you were significant toward a person, and the power of attorney that was over your stuff clashed their power struggle with them. Does that make any sense? So this could also be a situation with Saturn being activated, because your power is within Saturn, okay? That you're doing things on your own rather than grabbing help, but help could be coming and you don't know about it. That could be the Uranus, okay? That you've been doing things independently, and Saturn is coming in stating that you can't do that anymore. That help is needed. So if you are a person of age and it's necessary, you know, I'm sure that there were signs already, because Saturn has been here for a little bit now. And there have been signs that maybe you need help with, and you fill in the blank. Well, that Uranus can bring in shocking changes of things that you find out on how to use the government to get that help, or how to use a shared resource to have that help. Okay? With Aries activated, it really depends on the person, but with Aries activated, it could be help with movement, or it could be help through some type of military. So say that you were in the military back in the day, or your spouse was in the military back in the day. Well, that opens up a door of you getting help through veteran affairs, right? I do want to say too, with Saturn here, Saturn is trying to teach you on how to become a leader over helping too much with others and helping you with your health. Okay? I think Aries is like blood pressure. That could be a thing. It could be teaching you lessons upon blood pressure or movement. Aries is ruled by Mars in astrology. So Mars could have something to do with your anger over exerting yourself. It could have something to do with movement, like I said, or blood flow, right? I'm trying to think of anything else here. Too much metal could be something. Mars is metal. Too much metal could be a thing, okay, that Saturn is trying to teach you with health. Like eating too much fish can give you some type of mercury poisoning, or our metal consumption, because everything is pretty much a metal here in the U.S. with, you know, soda or canned food. In some way, shape, or form, that metal gets into your system, and there could be a metal detox that needs to happen. 8th house being with Scorpio can be a detox, okay? Connected with the 6th. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. This could also be that you decide to move into another community. Depending on your age, if you want to live in some type of assisted living, that could be something that's happening. Or if you are just needing to move away from the situation at hand, because you know that the environment that you grew up in isn't necessarily good for you, this could be a time to where you're moving. This could also be you getting connected with like-minded individuals, and that could be through the internet. And it could be also within your community that have been through the same health situation as you, that has also been of servitude in some way, shape, or form that you do, like the things that you do on a daily routine, it could be, or this could just be in servitude. They could require your gifts, your talent and genius, letting go of your gifts and your power to help the masses in a huge way. And this will make you feel emotionally fulfilled. It will make you feel like you found your soul family. Okay? And I think that's about it, Scorpio. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and comment, and I will see you next time. Hi, Sagittarius. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Please take time out to like, share, subscribe, hype, comment. Let me know your thoughts about this video. Okay, so we're going to look at the North Node that's in Aquarius in the 3rd, and the South Node that's in the 9th in Leo. Okay. The 3rd house, it is communication, it is vehicles, it is tools, ambidextrous, the things that you use with your hands, how you work with your hands, anything that deals with your hands. Movement, it could be movement of your body or moving, like moving homes. The 3rd house is also documents and ideas, short distance travel, media and writing. Your mindset is the 3rd house. Small education, like certificates, licenses, permits, visas. Skills and learning abilities are here. This is the way that you process your thoughts. This is productivity. Also, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings are in the 3rd house. Okay? Connection with Aquarius. Aquarius deals with your goals. Aquarius deals with your hopes, dreams, wishes coming true. Aquarius also deals with the internet. It can be anything over the internet. It can also include groups, clubs, and affiliations. New ones or the ones that you have. Community, the one that you're in or the one that you want to be in. This could be long distance friendships or acquaintances that you have. This could also include older siblings. Aquarius has a way of detaching emotions, and Aquarius is also considered extreme thought thinkers, okay, because it has connection with Uranus. And when I say extreme, this is where it's innovative ideas. This is where things completely change because of that thought process. We're mixing 3rd house with Aquarius, okay? Aquarius is also included with socializing, like more than 3 people, parties, if you would. Okay, this is a social sign, just like Gemini. And Gemini, it rules that 3rd house in astrology. So this is socializing in a huge manner, in a huge way. Okay? With this activation, it could look like there are communication or documents or something that you're receiving in regards to maybe a hope, dream, or wish coming true. This could be that you're moving communities. This could be that you are leaving a group, club, or affiliation that you had and joining another, one that suits you more. This could be a situation of you getting closer to your soul tribe, okay? This could also be a situation of thought, the way that your thoughts have been processing thus far, and it's changing. There could be a shocking change that comes with that, or an awakening that comes with that. It could be due to communication, right? Or it could be due to, just an awakening that you've had because your mindset is changing. It's getting more Aquarian. It's getting more involved with, it's not about me, it's about the bigger picture, okay? I'm going to go to the South Node so you know what the South Node is, okay? So the South Node is usually where we're releasing. We're leaving that all about me behind because it's in Leo. We're leaving drama behind. We're leaving a situation, maybe with a relationship behind, because our philosophy has changed. Ninth house. The ninth house deals with your belief system, philosophy. The ninth house deals with a deeper way of perception. What you believe is what you perceive. Okay? Ninth house is also skill and learning abilities as teachers, preachers, and gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education, media, publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. This is also considered the house of blessings and opportunities. Okay? Beautiful things happening. Right? So with the South Node here, you actually could be receiving a blessing that's happening for you. And it's communicated to you. And it could, it could change that thought process that you had before into something of a goal, a desire, or something coming to fruition that you had in your mind's eye. Okay? I'm saying that because it is a possibility with the ninth house activated with the South Node, because we're leaving the South Node behind. It could be a change of a goal that you have due to processing or perceiving things in a different manner. This could be that you're listening to a new teacher, preacher, or guru, and they're the ones that are influencing that mind's eye. And they're the ones that are teaching you how to process thought. Religious beliefs is with the ninth house. You can either be changing them, right? Changing a belief system that you had before. Or this could be that you're getting more involved with another religious belief. And because we're dealing with the masses. With the South Node being in Leo, Leo deals with relationships. It deals with love. It deals with infidelity. It deals with processing fun. Okay? Joy, hope, and optimism and fun. This is also drama. Leo can be drama. Leo can also be where you see yourself shining. Being put on a pedestal of a king or a queen, right? Energy. All about you kind of thing. Okay? I keep saying that because other people are going to have this energy. All right? And I want you to understand that when it happens to you, whether that is drama or whether that is coming across someone that thinks that they're bigger than life, to look at your viewpoint, to look at your perception, okay, in regards to that. This could also be a situation to where, we're releasing this in the ninth house. So if you didn't think that you were able to be viewed a certain way, or if you didn't think that people cared, this could be a time to where it's shown to you that they do. That it's not about you in general, it's about what you have done thus far for the masses. Okay? You've shown your capability, your skills and learning abilities. You've shown that you are capable to the masses, and so there could be a reward that's there. You know what I mean? This could be also a situation. Leo is ruled by the 5th house in astrology, so we could be talking about children. We could be talking about your God-given talent and your creativity, pets. This could be a time to where that could be changing. You could be changing what you've been doing thus far and releasing that God-given talent because you want to help others. Communication being in the 3rd house, that you're willing and able to help other people. Okay? It could be a desire that you have. It could be a situation of that community is calling you for that help, right? That group, club, or affiliation is calling you for the help that is through your God-given talent that you have. And it's not necessarily about you on an individual scale. It's about the whole picture, okay? Because we're releasing that bigger picture here with the 9th house. When it comes to your perspective and what you have to give to the universe, okay, with your God-given talent, it could change. It could change to a point to where you decide to work with your hands, that you decide to be a person of a tradesman or a salesman, that you're deciding to move to get closer to the community that actually sees you. This could also be a situation of shocking changes that happen in regards to you having to move or about moving. This could be shocking changes in regards to something happening that you never thought could happen. So let's look at those shocking changes, because we're talking about Gemini and Uranus in Gemini. I have videos upon Uranus and Gemini. Okay. So this could be a shocking change that's happening with a relationship. There's communication about this relationship that maybe they're moving, or maybe they want you to move, or this could be something in regards to marriage. Okay. This is connected with your belief system, and this is connected with love being poured out to you, right? That there's communication about love being poured out to you. It could be that you're getting married, that someone proposes to you, okay? This could also be a business association. 7th house, I'm going to go over it so you know. 7th house is marriage partners and spouses. This is alliances, commitments, agreements, collaborations, and contracts. And with that said, that could be a marriage, right? Someone proposing. This could also be business associations or leases, okay? Leases, therapists, clients that you have, and open enemies that you know that are there, right? This could be communication coming toward you from those people, business associations, clients, This could be a lot of clients that you're gaining during this time over the internet or just communication in general. It could be any way of communication, because Gemini, it deals with phones and texts and the short messages, quick process thinking. This could be your mindset changing about a relationship that you have. Doesn't necessarily have to be love. This could be a best friend that your mind is changing in regards to that. A perception of your mind is changing, and it's due to some type of overindulgence, or it's due to them showing you more love. It could go either way, right? Because Leo is being released, so that's love and overindulgence, or indulgence of too much fun, right? it could be joyfulness, that there's joyfulness being released, and this is a very great time for you. It depends on the chart, right? This is a general reading, but also I do want to say too that with Gemini activated in the 7th, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings could be giving you communication in regards to a business association, a business proposition. It could be that you're getting communication or seeing things over the internet in regards to a relationship. Okay? This could also be your mind changing in regards to a business association that you have, the way that you communicate toward those relationships, whether that's in business or whether that is associated with clients, or the way that you communicate to your spouse. Like I said, you could get married. But shocking changes doesn't necessarily have to be bad changes. This is changes that are coming in from Uranus that move you forward, whether, it severs or it gets better. Okay? It doesn't ask for the best way possible. This is to put you on the path of your goal, desire, Aquarius. Okay, that North Node being in Aquarius. This could be also shocking changes that happen in regards to the tangible things, vehicles, phones. Something could happen to someone's phone. Something could happen to someone's vehicle, whichever, right? Shocking changes happen there. And it's a requirement for a new way of doing things, such as you having a different phone carrier, maybe getting a new vehicle. Maybe you always got a certain type of vehicle, such as like in America, you were driving Fords your whole life, and then all of a sudden your Ford breaks down, and now you're switching to Dodge, or you're switching to Chevrolet, right? A new group club affiliation with the new. Okay, it's to put you on a path of changing up things if you've been stagnant thus far. The same goes with any type of television, any type of like I said, phone doesn't necessarily have to be the carrier. It could be the people that have the phone, such as Samsung. You want to go to the iPhone rather than, using an Android, something like that, right? Something could be happening with someone else's, or you get communication on how great theirs is, or it has a capability that is required for you to make things easier within your life, right? So I'm looking at anything else I can tell you. Now, there will be a lot of thinking and maybe a lot of processing information in regards to relationships, in regards to business associations, and how you relate to clients. 7th house is how you relate to other people. And this could be a time to where you're understanding things in a different manner, because that 9th house is being activated. That perception is being activated. So this could look like a healing that comes toward you of how to connect with other people in your life. Okay, so I want to look at Saturn, because Uranus, it is the modern ruler of Aquarius, but Saturn is the traditional ruler. Now, I have videos on both Uranus and Saturn, how it's going to affect you in your life, if you want to take a look at those. Okay, so let's look at Saturn and Aries in that 5th house. Now, when you have Saturn in the 5th, it teaches you lessons so that you can become a leader of that house, okay? And it could be teaching you lessons about friendship. It could be teaching you lessons about love. It could be teaching you lessons in regards to children, okay? And your God-given talent, right? And it's so that you can turn that lesson into leadership and confidence when you are relating to the 5th house. The 5th house, I'm going to go over it so you know what it is. It is your love life. It is romance, fun, sex, your talents and genius. It is friendships. It is hobbies, children, joy, hope, and optimism, motivation. 5th house is also your celebrity popularity and recognition status. This is the definition of Leo, okay? Pets, dating, pleasure, and your creativity. Now, we do have infidelity in the 5th house, okay? So I'm going to connect this to the South Node also. So there could be lessons coming in regards to infidelity, in regards to children. Your children could be going through situations with their relationships. And Aries being connected to this, Aries has a way of bringing in that Mars energy, because Mars rules over Aries. So that's anger, all right? It could be cutting, right? Mars is cutting. Mars is also considered a push forward, motivating you. Mercury is retrograde, so I'm trying to think of the right words, okay? Mars is very quick, okay? It can be connected to that desire, Mars, okay? So with that said, Aries is also your identity. It is the way that other people see you, your physical body. It is connected with the 1st house, okay? So this could be a time to where you're learning how to love yourself, right? To gain the confidence. Aries has a lot of tenacity. It has a lot of motivation to get things done, because Aries is the warrior. Aries is considered the capable one, the confident one. It can be military. It could be, I'm trying to think of anything else, Aries. The one that gets things done without asking questions, okay? And this could be a time to where you're learning how to love yourself regardless of how you're seen by other people, okay? This could be a time to where you're gaining confidence back. But Saturn is going to require you to be a leader within that. Saturn has a way of telling you or showing you instances that happen around you of power struggle in the 5th house. So that would be power struggle with children, power struggle with authority, power struggle with bosses that deal with your God-given talent, power struggle with fathers, right? This could be an inner child healing that's happened with a father, and it could be connected with that 9th house of your perception. That perception could have came from a religious belief. That perception could have also come from some type of belief system that you held within thus far. It doesn't necessarily have to be connected with a father, but it could be connected with an inner child situation, because Leo is in the 9th. Okay? And this could be a time to where Saturn is showing you that you are capable, that you are worthy. Okay? You are worthy of love. You are worthy of friends. You are worthy of connection, right? It could also be doing something else to where if you're not in a relationship that you think deserves you, it can cut out that relationship because of you either getting angry, you finding out about infidelity, you seeing things in a different perception that you've never seen before. Okay, maybe there were red flags, right? And you ignored the red flags, or maybe you're thinking about relationships in a different manner, because Aquarius being activated with your mindset, it could be that you're changing the way society sees relationship. Okay, and that could look like a few things, right? It could be that you're letting go of the traditional. 9th house would be with the South Node, letting go and releasing the traditions of relationship, marriage, traditions of business, traditions of, how people dealt with clients. There's a new way coming through. Traditions of therapy. It could be that you're getting connected with therapy on another level to get that confidence back, right? 5th house is also popularity, recognition, and celebrity status. And that could be connected with your expression, or it could be a situation to where you are being seen. You are being seen by the masses. That could be through the internet, okay? If you're not on the internet, Saturn could be teaching you lessons about it's time. It's time for you to leave this 9-to-5 job and get on the internet, or it's time to do it on the side, whichever. I'm never going to tell you to leave a job, right? But if it comes to a point of there is a power struggle and you decide to leave, this could be a time to where the internet is available to you to do that God-given talent upon the internet, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. You could be deciding to have a child and doing it in a non-traditional way, maybe without a lover, okay? It could be that you're deciding to foster a child, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. I do want to look at, because Saturn is activated, I want to take a look at Capricorn, okay? Capricorn is in the 2nd house, and there's connections with the 5th. Everywhere Saturn goes in your chart, transits to, that 2nd house is activated. So you consistently have lessons upon your self-worth and your individual income. Okay? And this is connections with your authority, your power, Capricorn, and work, your job, your status, whether that is single to married, married to single, or whether that is connections with the status that you hold at work, CEO or laborer. Okay, the title, right? So Saturn is trying to teach you lessons upon what you deserve in love, in friendships, in situations of your God-given talent, and helping you see that you have the confidence to do what you want in life. Okay? I mean, really, when Saturn transits to any house in your astrology chart, this second house is activated with your self-worth and confidence. If you didn't get it before, you're going to get it in another area of life, so that you understand that you are capable, that you have what it takes to do the things that are needed. And it could require you to get angry, okay? Because Aries being activated with Saturn, it could be anger there. There could be a lot of anger due to power struggles, due to people in your life that try to tell you what to do and how to do, right? This could be a time to where you get a notion of awakening. Sorry, I got cut off. But it could be either an awakening that you have. Now, Capricorn, I want to remind you, is your ambitions, okay? Not the just day-to-day work building up to an ambition. This is where the full ambition is. And this states to me, having Capricorn in the second house, that you will be capable of getting money for those ambitions, because it's going to make you a leader here. It's also going to make you a leader to have the confidence to do so. Okay? So keep that in mind. All right. Thank you, Sagittarius, for being here. Please like, share, subscribe, and hype the video. Comment. Let me know your thoughts, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Capricorn. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this North Node in Aquarius, that's in your second, and the South Node that's in Leo in the 8th. The second house, it deals with your money, your values, what you value. That could be material things, that could be morality, right? What morals do you have? What do you value? This is also where your self-worth and confidence is listed in the second house. Sensual things, luxurious things, right? The things that you enjoy, taste, smell, touch, what have you. Because Taurus, it deals with the things that are sensual. It deals with food, your face, okay, stability. It can also have another side to it, like stubbornness, not willing to get out of a certain way because of that stubbornness, okay? It does have that there. This is where your spending is, right? The way you spend your individual income and the way you make your individual income, all right? With Aquarius being here, Aquarius, it brings in innovative ideas. It brings in changes that could be shocking, okay, to money, to the luxurious things, to the self-worth and confidence, okay? With that said, because Aquarius, it is ruled by Uranus in astrology, and Uranus is shocking changes, right? It could be that you're getting a lot of money. It could be that your self-worth and confidence is finally coming around. Right? And it could be due to some type of group, club, or affiliation, a goal that's being reached. Okay, it could be due to something of the internet, say that you're going viral. It could be that you're deciding to work with the internet to make money. It could be also something along the lines of you are finally able to get something fun that you've always wanted or always desired, because those desires are connected with Aquarius, okay? And it could be something luxurious. Now, it could go the other way too, of you having to pull back on too much spending, right? Understand that there's certain things that you don't need, or there's certain things that you could give away. The more that you give here, the more that you receive, is the law of the universe, right? This could be that you're understanding that with self-worth too, that the more that you show and see other people for the way that they are, the more that you get that back from the masses, okay? Because it is a give and take with the universal law. Whatever you put out there, you receive, okay? I want to look at the South Node. The South Node being in the 8th house, it is dealing with crisis and legal matters. This could be something of divorces, other people's resources, debts, taxes, government, grants. Healing of fears and phobias is here in the 8th. Your psyche. Merging with another soul is here in the 8th. Inheritance, death and rebirth. Truth. Okay. Because the 8th house is ruled by Scorpio in astrology, so it gets those obsessive truths, right? Investigating truths. Banking and mortgages, loans in general. This could be deep bonding sex or the Kundalini. Hidden knowledge. The taboo topics is the 8th house. Long-term finances and investments are here. This could look like connections with that North Node, that you are getting money back from some type of long-term finance. This doesn't necessarily have to be from the government, but it could be. It could be from a grant. It could be from some type of situation that deals with an inheritance. This could also be a situation of, I didn't say it, but stocks are listed with shared resources, because it's not your money, it's other people. Even if you invest it, it's still a share, right? A share of. This could also look like 8th house being activated, of releasing situations of your psyche that deal with love, deal with friends. This could be where you're healing that fear or phobia, maybe of someone passing away, or fear or phobia of, maybe you have something to where you consistently think about death, right? Or death of a lover, or death of a friend. This could be that you're overly analyzing or overly thinking those things, right? And those are healed with that inner child. Something happened in the background. Something has been going along in your head since you were a kid. Maybe you were witnessed by something that happened in the physical. So say you seen someone, pass away, and that stuck with you. This could be a time to where you're healed psychologically. This could also be a situation to where you're capable of making your own money rather than using another's resources. Leo, it deals with love, it deals with friends. Leo also deals with popularity, recognition, and celebrity status, the media, right? This is where your God-given talent is, and your dating life, your pets, okay? And there could be something along the lines of maybe your lover decides to get in with you on something to make money, but it's not necessarily a shared resource. You are the resource. You are pushing out your God-given talent. Does that make any sense? This is also a situation if you are getting that divorce, okay? That this could be a time to where, you know, you are told how much, or, you know, it's hitting on that self-worth and confidence, depending on. This could be also a situation of merging of two souls, whether that is a friend or whether that is a lover. Okay. And or a pet could be something too. And this is where you guys have those innovative ideas in that second that push you forward to make the income necessary. Okay. That is not necessarily for you in a selfish manner, that it's to create some type of community together. Okay, even though shared resources is the South, you're releasing that just like a full moon when you're releasing something. It can be that you're releasing more of. Okay. Maybe you are getting involved in those loans or in those situations of shared resources with the government and grants and things of that nature. But it could be that your friend is doing it rather than just you. And it up levels that income on an individual scale. Does that make any sense? This could also be a situation where Aquarius being activated, you could go viral and make money off the internet. And it could be due to that God-given talent that you have being pushed out into the public. Okay. Leo has a way of showing you your expression, but in this way it would be of not necessarily just about you, right? That you want to show the world something. You want to show them that they're capable, their self-worth and confidence, and other ways and other manners of making money. That could be something. With the 8th house being taboo topics, it could be that you are doing tarot or astrology and putting it on the internet. That is something here. But it is also a thing where you use a different type of modality to heal that psyche. Okay? This could be a situation of 8th house being those mortgages and loans and things of that nature, that maybe you are getting a new type of mortgage or you're getting a new type of loan with another. It could be that you're switching people that you have loans with, right? There's a way of, paying off one loan with another, right? And this could be a time to where you're doing that because it's a lower interest rate or because of the situation at hand. And I don't know that situation, only you can, discern that. But 8th house is also situations of transformation, okay? And with that said, that transformation of things happening with your money, with your self-worth and confidence, it could be due to something that's happening over the internet, club group, or affiliation that you have or within the community, Or this could be a situation that's happening with an older sibling. Okay. There's a change of the way you process that thought, or there's just something that is communicated to you in regards to that older sibling that makes you see things in a different manner in regards to that self-worth and confidence. Okay. This is also a situation with socializing in a big way. All right, more than 3 people, that you could be holding events. Okay, you could be doing events and holding events of maybe charity or to bring in more money, right? That is a possibility. I want to move on to look at Uranus and Saturn. Now, Uranus, it is the modern ruler of Aquarius, and it will be activated with that awakening that is happening in regards to your perspective, in regards to your self-worth and confidence and money changing, also shocking changes that are coming in through communication. Okay, so let's take a look at that. I have videos upon Uranus and Gemini. Okay, if you want to take a look in my playlist, I also have videos upon Saturn and Aries, and these 2 planets, they're going to be activated with this North Node in Aquarius. They will be in the same signs as this North Node is transiting. Okay. The 6th house, it deals with your health and daily routines. It also deals with your work and employment. This is the work and employment that is the ladder up to that ambition. Okay. This is also considered your co-workers, service to others, organizing and detail orientation, self-mastery, right? So Virgo, it rules this house in astrology, okay? And this could be a time to where opportunities are coming to you. Shocking opportunities that are connected with that 2nd house of making money, more money with your employment, or another way. This could be an innovative idea that comes along. This could be a situation of a shocking change that happens to your daily activities that you're having, and you're realizing that either you need to change that daily routine and activity for your health, okay, or you need to implement something. And it could be something that deals with food, and you could have results in regards to that because of maybe you're getting rashes on your face. Maybe your face is dry, or, you fill in the blank. But you're going to have a notion to change your daily routine. Now, this could come along because of a situation that happens with money, right? You get more money, your daily routine changes. Either you're working more, or you're working less, or you're implementing something with the internet, okay? Like you're being an influencer, right? Or you're consistently selling things or doing something, because selling is Gemini. Gemini, in detail, it is communication, is your mindset. It can deal with the salesman and tradesman. It can also deal with vehicles, tools is a thing here, things that you use with your hands, ambidextrous. That's why I said earlier that there's a chance that you could be doing tarot online or astrology, okay? This could also be a situation of Gemini being small education, licenses, permits, visas, right? And there's a transformation there, and it hits on that confidence level of you receiving that, and you have the capability of changing your daily routine, your work. It could also change your health, honestly. Whenever you start feeling that you're worthy and you're feeling like things are actually working out for you, that changes your health, okay? This could also be a situation of, because Gemini is air, right? And it could be that you need to change air filters, or you need to stop vaping or stop smoking or something like that. Only because toxicity is the 8th house, right? Something could be toxic that you are breathing, okay? And that can have something to do with your health, right? And you need to either, back away or slow it down, moderation, what have you, okay? It could be that you're realizing where you live, because the environment that you grew up in, your surrounding environment is Gemini, and that you've been running in humidity and it has an effect on you, okay? That could be something. It could also be a situation with Gemini is very social. It is the social butterfly, if you would. And so is Aquarius. Aquarius has a way of being social too. And this could be a time to where you're getting more involved with, the busyness or social ability with either the internet, groups, clubs, or affiliations. It could be with other people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings that you're talking to, or there's some type of communication that comes from them that changes things for you, okay? It could also be with Gemini activated, it's ideas and documents. There could be a requirement, for that inheritance being communicated to you for you to sign, and an inheritance is being bestowed upon you. Or this could be something of moving or movement, that shocking change of you having to move, or that shocking change of you being capable of moving. This could also be a shocking change of that you need to exercise because of health, right? That could be communicated to you. This could also be a situation of media and writing, that you are consistently on media or writing, maybe a book, or doing something that deals with your self-worth, like a journal, okay? And that helps heal that psyche and that inner child. I want to remind you that everyone is going to be dramatic. Everyone is going to be dramatic, okay? With Leo activated, they're trying to start drama. With Gemini activated, with Uranus, there's gossip. Oh, goodness, and people keep running their mouth. Oh, goodness. Right? So, pull it back. Maybe you don't have to. Let's look at Saturn first. I say this in a lighthearted way, Capricorn. I love some Capricorns, okay? I have a Capricorn moon, so the way I feel is the way you think, right? And yes, I think exactly what you just thought just now. Anyways, okay, so let's look at Saturn. Saturn is in Aries. Man, God help us all, right? Saturn is in Aries, and oh man, Saturn being in Aries could be teaching you lessons upon the 4th house, okay? It could be teaching you lessons in regards to, things happening on the home base, or things happening with mothers or the nurturing parent that's in your life. Grandmothers are also included, any type of mother. Children, right, could be a thing happening at home, being a mom, okay, or being the nurturing parent. This could be Saturn dealing with working from home on an independent level, right? Saturn, it has a way of teaching you lessons so that you climb up to that leadership ladder to take over the reins. And it's asking you to take over the reins over your emotions. Could be emotions of anger. Aries can be anger. Aries can be military. It's the warrior. It has the survival mode that is attached to it. Okay. Aries has this passion amongst itself because it is ruled by Mars in astrology. And Mars has a way of motivating you or making you angry about the situation so that you take the necessary action. It also has a way of cutting off and letting go of things very quickly, right? Now, I have videos upon Saturn and Aries if you want to check them out in my playlist. But Aries, it deals with also that first house. And the first house, it deals with your identity and your physical body, the way you govern yourself and lead yourself throughout the world. And Saturn being in the fourth house is properties and homes, family, nurturing, mothers, like I said, ancestral patterns. This is your security. This is the past, okay? Your sense of belonging, your emotional body, and your foundation. And Saturn is giving you lessons here on an individual level. And this could be Saturn giving you work, availability to work from home. Or this could be Saturn teaching you lessons upon situations of having a property or home. It could be rewarding you with a property or home that you're capable of working on or in, right? It could also be giving you lessons in regards to that emotional body of your anger, emotional body of work, power struggles could be a thing. This could look like Saturn deals with the person that wears the pants in the family. So it could be that your mom is the one that wears the pants in the family, right? And it could be that Saturn is giving you lessons upon that, and maybe anger management upon that. This could be an emotional healing that happens with that psyche that we were talking about earlier in the 8th house, that transformation of emotional body that you have connected with the nurturing parent, or even with the father, or the one that wears the pants in the family. Both parents, right, could be activated. And there's something that both of them did to you as a child, right? And that is a healing factor that is happening here. This could also be a situation with, because Saturn, it deals with situations of showing you how to be a leader, is where I'm trying to get at. This could be that it's time for you to get your own place. And this is where it's being released. And you're figuring out how to get your own place. You could be using the grant or governments or situations of different types of loans. This could be where that money is bestowed upon you and you're capable and willing to do what's necessary to have your own independence. With Aries being activated is activated for everyone with Saturn. It's just that it's in your 4th house right now. Okay? And with the patterns of ancestors or that situation that happened within the past, you're going to have your self-worth put back in place. I'm going to repeat that because it's necessary for Capricorn to understand that your self-worth is separate from your parents. Okay? You get more of it by being seen by the masses anyways, because Aquarius is in that 2nd house. You get more of it being seen over the internet. You get more of it having a way of thinking that no one else has, right? Because Aquarius can be changes and shocking changes, right? And there could be situations of changes that happen that hit home, is the best way I can put it. I was trying to put it in a better way, but, Mercury is retrograde. Changes that happen that hit home. And it hits you on that emotional level. And yes, it can be good or bad. It doesn't matter. There's no good or bad in astrology. But it's to put you in a leadership position. It's to put you into a situation of being connected with the right people that give you self-worth and confidence, that want to build something with you. Okay? And I keep saying that because, building and structure and discipline is Saturn. And you rule that 1st house, right? In your chart. Building something is my identity. Having discipline is my identity. Being capable and being able to structure something is my identity. And that's what you're going to be seen for. That you're building a life that, no one else has. Or you can show others how to build that life, right? This could also be that you're deciding to change things in regards to a home base on an independent level. And this could be that you need a she shed, or you need, what have you, to help with your psychological well-being, right? Because you need a break from, and you fill in the blank. And sometimes Capricorns, to think or to structure or to have discipline, they have to have space. And space is the 2nd house for you. It is an Aquarius. It is the detachment and pushing away of what is unnecessary. And this is what is unnecessary right now, is how you're feeling about certain situations, of how people see you, or feelings of, situations that may be coming from those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, siblings, neighbors, those feelings of situations that could be coming back from childhood situations. I'm not saying that death and rebirth is not going to happen, okay? Phoenix rising, going through the dark night of the soul, having situations of someone passing. I am not saying that that is not going to happen, okay? But I am saying that you're capable of healing on your own terms. Does that make any sense? Instead of, I have to do this, and my responsibility is this, and, you have this list of things that have to be done. It's required for you to take out time for yourself and enjoy life. And if you are in the healing process and you feel like you're incapable of enjoying life during this time, it's just time for you to be. You know what I mean? This could be also a situation of those desires, hopes, dreams, and wishes that come true. And sometimes, you know, people aren't ready. People aren't ready for things to happen for them. And when they do, it can be a little bit traumatic. Okay? So say that you win the lottery. Or say that your goals come true being an influencer. And you're just not ready. It's time to take time out for yourself. Number one, to enjoy the accomplishment that you have. Number two, to see yourself as a leader emotionally. That's why Saturn is hitting on those emotions, so that you can see your sovereignty independently. Okay? That you are capable, that you are willing, and there will be help that comes to you, because Aquarius is a lot of people. Okay? And it deals with the masses. And if you need that help, to reach out, right? And ask for it, because that self-worth is in Aquarius, the second house in Aquarius. Okay. I want to look at your 11th house. Let me get another pens, right? I'm looking at the 11th because it is connected with Aquarius in astrology, okay? And there's significance here with that north node being activated, and also what is transforming, because your 11th house is transformation. This is where things are happening, okay, in Scorpio. And it also has connections with the South Node because of the 8th house being activated. Now, I want you to look at this and see that it will be squaring both nodes. This is a pivotal point in your life to where transformation is happening in groups, clubs, and affiliations. Your desires coming to fruition, okay? Whether that is a goal or a hope, dream, or wish. This is also considered where those friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, and technology is activated. Okay, 11th house. With Scorpio of transformation, and Scorpio is truth, okay? This connection is also hitting Uranus and Saturn, right? So shocking changes that are happening within you being a leader amongst the masses. Shocking changes that are happening with you being a leader amongst maybe even work, right? You could turn into a person of leadership, CEO, a person of leadership, manager, doesn't matter, just a person of leadership, you know. This could also be transformation that is happening due to a lot of money, okay? I say that because we have your money house activated with Aquarius. Money being bestowed upon you, right? And it could be coming from fame. It could be coming from that ambition that you had. It's finally hitting home because you're having all the people together, okay? You're getting everyone together that's needed. And so they are capable of helping you with that ambition. Does that make any sense? This could also mean the other way around, of a change of ambition. And it's due to, it could be that money, that fame. It could be due to maybe a love situation, maybe a friendship that you have, right? Because we're releasing that South Node. It could be due to some type of pet situation, maybe a death or rebirth of a pet. And you're getting an inclination of a new way of dealing with your emotions, a new way of maybe dealing with pets in general, because you have pets activated in the 5th, Leo, and in the 6th, in Virgo. Okay? So it could be that you're working with pets, Saturn, right? Because you are ruled by Saturn. So Saturn's going to hit you. No matter where you go, you know, it's going to hit you. That's why you have this confidence and self-worth activated within inside of you already, you know. This could be a transformation if you're in the taboo of getting seen, right? It doesn't have to be over the internet. It could be just within groups, clubs, affiliates, or community. This could be also a situation of transformation that happens due to having fun again, enjoyment again. God help us, right? Oh, goodness. That you see that it's time for you to heal some things and do the things that you want to do. And the life of luxury, 2nd house, okay? And I think that might be about it, Capricorn. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, subscribe, comment, and hype the video. And I'll see you next time. Hi, Aquarius. I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this North Node in Aquarius in your 1st and South Node in your 7th in Leo. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hype, and comment. All right, so your 1st house in Aquarius. We're talking about your image, your looks, your physical body. This is your identity. It could be exploration of sexuality. It could be the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, your aesthetic, right? Self-leadership, self-governing of yourself, the way that you lead yourself throughout the world, okay? Aquarius being activated, we're talking about mixing your identity with groups, clubs, and affiliations, maybe even your desires, okay? Your desires, your hopes, dreams, and wishes. This is also included with your goals, friendships of long distance, or friendships that are acquaintances, right? Older siblings, socializing in a big way, and technology. With the North Node here, it could be that things are happening for you, and it's going to change the way that people see you because of maybe a desire coming true. Or groups, clubs, and affiliations are going to notice your aesthetic, or they're going to show you how they see you, okay? This could be that you are implementing yourself on the internet in one way, shape, or form. It could be that you are becoming an influencer, you know, getting some type of notice from groups, clubs, and affiliations, like I am going to be on the committee of, and you fill in the blank, or I'm changing the way that I'm seen on the internet, right? Or I'm changing the way that my community sees me. This could mean that you are being affiliated with a group within inside the community, such as maybe a church community. It could be some type of spirituality community. It could be that you're joining groups that are associated with who you are, okay? And you're being seen differently by people. Maybe they didn't know that you liked motorcycles, or maybe they didn't know that you enjoyed whatever, right? And you're finding your soul tribe is pretty much what it is. This is also a situation to where you have a change of identity that happens, and you're seen differently from groups, clubs, and affiliations. And it could be that you're getting married, or that you're working or not working anymore, or that you're doing something just completely different that, you know, you had it in your mind and your desire, but, you know, not many people knew about it, right? This could also be a situation of your physical appearance changing, and people are seeing you differently. Whether you're changing your picture upon any social media that you have, or your physical appearance changing due to you joining some type of gym membership. It could be a membership of something, right? Or being associated with others that are changing their appearance, okay? This could also be a situation of you hosting some type of facilitation. It could be some type of group get-together, a reunion, or some type of charity event, or some type of event that includes more than 3 people that you're seeing differently, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Now, Aquarian energy is different, and it's a little out of the box, and they think differently, and shocking changes happen, right, with Aquarians, because they are ruled by Uranus in astrology. So this could be shocking changes to your identity, or shocking changes that are due to some type of group, club, and affiliation, and then you're seen differently, right? It could be that your aesthetic is more strange or different. You're dressing differently, you're looking differently, your hair is different. Maybe you were going gray and now you dyed it red. I don't know, right? It could be like that. It could be situations with the internet in general of you showing others different types of aesthetic, or different types of ways of doing things on the internet, right? That maybe they didn't know that you were technology savvy, and they're looking at you differently because all of a sudden this new genius is coming out of you, and it can be used through groups, clubs, and affiliations, okay? Now, your older siblings could be doing this too. They could be changing their status. They could be seen differently by other people. They could be the ones that are having some type of change of identity because of their life, okay? Or you get a notion of how they are seeing you. This could be that not just older siblings, but those acquaintances and friends that you have that aren't necessarily close to you, that you're creating a group for them, or you're creating some type of community for them, and they're seeing you differently. It could be that you're telling them, hey, I have a house that is for sale beside me if you want to move there. You know, I mean, and that changes things. That makes them closer to you, and it also makes them closer to you emotionally because you're willing to help them. The masses is Aquarius, and the masses is going to see who you are. Okay, on a level of Aquarian energy and your identity. They're going to see who you are, how you're dressing, how you are in general, connected with them. And it could be that you have a desire to help the masses in one way, shape, or form. Therefore, you get on the internet, or therefore you're expressing yourself upon a group, club, or affiliation. A lot of this comes out of, you know, being that teacher, preacher, or guru. Or a lot of it comes out of wanting to change something. Because change is Aquarius. Okay? And you want to change something either within that group, club, or affiliation, or community. You have a desire to do that. But it's for the bigger picture. It's for all, not just for yourself. So we're going to look at the South Node. The South Node is the 7th house in your chart. And it deals with your marriage, your spouse. It deals with getting married, okay? Because alliances, commitments, and agreements, relationships, collaborations, and contracts are here. Business associations are also connected with the 7th. Therapists, clients, open enemies are here. This is how you relate to other people. And with Leo activated, Leo is love and friends and enjoyment, fun. It is your expression, your God-given talent, your children, okay? It could be that celebrity, popularity, and recognition status, dating, pleasure, creativity. And it could be that your child has an influence on how you're seen by other people. This new way of being seen differently. That they are the ones that have a business association, or you're getting involved with business with your child or a lover, right? You could be getting married. You could be having children, and that's changing your identity. It could be that, because we're releasing this South Node, your expression, your God-given talent is being released to the public, okay? And this could be a time to where they're seeing you differently because maybe you've been quiet this far, or maybe you haven't been on the internet this far, right? Collaborations with another person could be happening, and you're seen as a collaborator on the internet, or you're seen as a business partner on, you know, groups, clubs, affiliations, or the internet, or within your community. This could be a person also that is affiliated with parties and holding events, right? Event venue, right? That you're a person that is making that available to the public. This could also be a situation psychologically, okay? Psychologically involving how you are seen by your partner. And it could be that you are starting to reach out to other people, groups, clubs, and affiliations, or you're getting involved in relationship therapy, okay? This could be that clients you're getting more clients. And because of that, you're becoming known. You're becoming known within the community. That could be it. I want to look at Uranus. Uranus is the modern astrology ruler over Aquarius, and Saturn is the traditional, and we're going to look at both of them, okay? But I'm going to start with Uranus first, and I have videos upon Uranus and Gemini if you want to check those out. And I also have videos upon Saturn in Aries. They will both be in these signs while this North Node is transiting. Okay, so they have an impact on the North Node. So the North Node being activated with the 5th. The 5th house, it deals with your love life. It deals with hobbies and children, joy, hope, and optimism. It is ruled by Leo in astrology. So it is the definition of Leo. It is also your talents and genius, children, friendships, celebrity, popularity, and recognition status, dating, pleasure, creativity, and pets. And this could be a time to where shocking changes happen here. I also want to say that the 5th house is infidelity, okay? So, I mean, it really depends on, not everyone is going to have a person cheating on them, okay? But it could turn into a person finding love and getting married. It could be shocking changes that revolve around, you know, being proposed to. And this could happen at a party. This could happen during a situation of a group club or affiliation, right? That you guys are hanging out somewhere that has a lot of people, more than 3 people. It's a party, a charity, something, a get-together, and you're being proposed to. That could happen. It could be a situation of shocking changes that happen in regards to a mindset because of communication from a lover, okay? And this could be through therapy, right? Gemini deals with communication and your mindset. Gemini deals with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, okay? Gemini is also tools and ambidextrous, using your hands to work with. Productivity is Gemini. Gemini is also considered young and it's school. Gemini is the teacher. Gemini is also processing information quickly. Okay. Gemini is the public speaker. All right. Gemini is ideas and documents, certificates, licenses, permits, visas. Okay. Moving and movement is Gemini. Media and writing is Gemini. The environment you grew up in is Gemini. And this could mean a few things. It could be that your expression is, you know, speaking on the internet or within groups, clubs, or affiliations, or it's a desire for you to help the masses by being a teacher or a public speaker. It could be also that shocking changes come in and make that available to you, right, to do so. It could be that shocking changes happen in regards to aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, right? And you're seeing either how they're seeing you, or is changing your identity because of those shocking changes. That could happen, okay? It could be a situation of they have an impact on your relationship because maybe that other person, they believe them over you. That could happen. It could also be the other way around, of shocking changes are happening with them and you're seeing things in a different manner. that you're seeing how they see you, number one, or you witness them doing something within their relationship. That could happen. It could be a situation of shocking changes that are happening with communication from them that interfere with how you're seen or your identity itself. Okay. It could be also a situation of, your children, they have an impact in regards to, like I said, being in business with you, or you're being seen because of them. Popularity, celebrity status, fame, right? Could be happening due to something implemented over the internet. You could be having fame going viral over the internet, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Friendships are activated with the 5th house. And this could be that friends are getting married and they're asking you to be the best man or the best woman, or, the maid of honor, the person that can put everything together. And, because of this shocking change of them getting married, it could be that you figure out your God-given talent, right? That you're really good at throwing parties and making events happen, okay? And that places you on a different path. That is a possibility. Now, Uranus has a way not just as shocking changes, but awakenings. And there could be awakenings of that talent that you have. It could be also an awakening of situations that have happened in relationships. An awakening that is happening in regards to how you love someone. Okay? And that's changing. I want to see if there's anything else here. Now, I do want to say too that lottery is activated. It is the winnings of competition that happen within the 5th. And it could be that you win something or you're gaining something. Therefore, it helps with that desire to come true. Okay? I want to look at Saturn. Saturn is in Aries at this time, and Aries is in the 3rd. Now, the 3rd house in astrology, it is ruled by Gemini, so we're kind of dealing with the same thing, except this is on an individual level. This is independent level, okay? This could be anger. Also, Aries, it is ruled by Mars, so it could be a few things here. It could be motivation and anger. It can be cutting, right? It could be situations of the military. It could be situations of survival mode, okay? The 3rd house, it is ruled by Gemini, so I'm going to tell you again, is communication, vehicles, any type of gadget that you have, productivity, working with your hands, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, ideas, documents, short distance travel, moving and movement, okay? Media and writing, your mindset, small education and certificates. Skills and learning abilities, tradesmen, salesmen, okay? So this could be where you're having ideas of how to discipline or structure something, because Saturn is discipline, structure, can be authority, can be a leadership situation. It can be included with work. Saturn can be work. Saturn can be fathers, people that you see of authority, or older people, right? And this could be a time to where mixed with Aries, that you're structuring your anger, or like managing your anger, your mindset. This could also be teaching others, right? Being a leader and teaching others how to manage their anger. Okay. This could also be a situation of you teaching others how to be independent within their thinking, or you're taking the lead over public speaking in some situation, right? Of expressing yourself, teaching them how to, either it could be business, teaching them how to do business, teaching them how to do relationship, teaching them in a way of being a therapist, or you are conversating with clients in regards to how to take the lead on something or discipline themselves with their independence while being in relationship. Now, you could be learning this too, okay? Learning and skills are activated here, and you could be learning this on your own, on how to be yourself and also be in a relationship with another, okay? This could also be a situation of you deciding, okay, making decisions upon leadership. You deciding on getting more involved with either a desire, a new desire, leadership of some sort. It could be managing, it could be a superiority, it could deal with work, it could be that they, your bosses, have communication toward you in regards to doing business with them. Does that make any sense? Now, that can happen with your child, or that could happen with your lover, that they have the opportunity to become something more, and that changes things for you. Okay, so it really depends on the situation there. Now, I also want to say too that it can result in a person having to work further away, okay? Or a person getting more involved with maybe a religious group, club, or affiliate. I'm going to show you why I see this, okay? So we have Saturn activated with the third house. And remember, the North Node is in Aquarius. Well, Aquarius in astrology, it rules the 11th. All right. So this could mean that it's a job further away, or that I'm trying to think of anything else. It's Sagittarius. Sagittarius is freedom. Okay. That you're looking for a job that gives you more freedom, or a relationship that gives you more freedom, or associations that give you more freedom, okay? And this could be a time to where you're taking leadership over that. It could be your partner or spouse doing this, by the way. And this is how you get involved with those groups, clubs, and affiliates that deal with your desire and ambition that you have. Okay, ambition is Saturn, right? It's what you want, Aquarius. You know what I mean? Like, independently in Aries, what do you want? What do you desire? What do you need? Okay, and this is where things are changing for you. There's instant change of you either having fun again, enjoying life again, having more exciting things happen for you rather than you waiting. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Like I said, Sagittarius, Sagittarius being activated in the 11th house, this is teachers, preachers, and gurus and higher education, and you could be expanding that education, right? Going to college again. This could be, because it's a 4-year college. So you could already have your certificate and you're deciding to go back to school. And therefore your identity changes with groups, clubs, and affiliates, right? It could also be that in-laws, grandchildren, or grandparents have an impact. So there could be a child being born by your child and you become a grandparent. Or you're becoming an in-law. Or you're gaining in-laws, right? That could happen. Something in regards to grandparents could happen. That could mean anything, honestly. That you're going to visit them, you know, and they have an impact in regards to their community and the way that they are. Or you're moving to them. Moving is the 3rd house, remember? And it's with Saturn. And it could be that you're moving in with them. And people are seeing you differently. 3rd house being activated in the 11th, being connected to it with this association, could mean that 11th house, Sagittarius, it's Mercury retrograde, so I'm trying. Your belief system and your perception and the way that you've been telling yourself this narrative is changing. It could be about, you know, those clubs, groups, and affiliations, or it could be about that desire that you've had for a long time. And it could change because you believed a certain way. And things happened with that Uranus of fun and enjoyment and expression. And you could be changing things up, or maybe it was something that dealt with love. Maybe it was a belief system that you had in regards to love. I want to remind you that the South Node is in Leo, and everybody is dramatic, and everybody has inner child healing that needs to happen, okay? Things that happened whenever they were a kid that dealt with love. For you, it is hitting home with relationships and connections with other people. And you may have instances to where you're triggered or things come up in regards to connecting with other people or being in love, and it makes you think. You have some type of awakening, okay? An epiphany, if you would, on what you need and where you need to be. A soul tribe is connected with this North Node, okay? It's trying to get you to see and ask questions on whether the people that you're surrounded by, do they see you for who you are? Because you're going to see what they see, right? And this would be a time to where the perception and the narrative that you've been telling yourself is going to change on people and how they see you. Maybe even that desire that you have or goal that you have, it changes due to the fact of those changes that happen within relationships or those changes that happen within your children's life. Now, you could become famous during this time, okay? With this activation, you could become seen during this time. Identity change is happening, being seen by people in a big way, okay? Desires coming true so that you are seen a different way as a possibility. So, I mean, it looks pretty good on this end, right? I mean, it really does. But there will be some deep psychological healing that happens with relating to other people. Okay? The more fame you have, the higher up that you get, the more of a leader that you are, the more responsibility that you have toward your inner child and yourself. And the more responsibility you have in regards to telling the masses, what you think. Okay? Your words mean something, right? To the masses. That's why Sagittarius is in the 11th house. Okay? Your words mean something. The way that you perceive something means something to the masses. And it's time to be expressed, whether that is through being a teacher, preacher, or guru, whether that is, sharing your skills and learning abilities to other people. Doesn't necessarily have to be on the internet, right? It can just be within your community. But sharing that skill and ability, right? Opportunities come in through other people, and that connection factor, it matters. Opportunities and blessings is Sagittarius, and it comes from other people, relating to other people, being in relationship with other people, being in business with other people. Okay? All right, Aquarius, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to comment and hype the video, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Pisces. This is for Pisces Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this North Node that's happening in Aquarius in your 12th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and hype the video, comment if you can. All right, so the 12th house, it deals with spirituality, soul work, enlightenment, awakenings. This could be something that deals with letting go or going with faith, endings and transformation. Psychic and intuitive abilities are being activated with this activation. Okay? I stress that because being a Pisces, sometimes it is one of those things of having a dream and waking up and the dream just come true. Oh, synchronicities everywhere, Oh my goodness. It is also where things are hidden and secrets, okay? This could be healing and restoration of any type of past conditioning that you've been through. Prisons, hospitals, insane asylums. Pisces is also foreign revenue. It is loss. It can also be grief, mediumship, past lives, karma, healing. I'm seeing if there's anything else I had forgotten. Self-sabotaging habits would be Pisces, right? Pisces being activated with Aquarius. So Aquarius, it deals with changes. It deals with things that are Uranian, because Aquarius, it is ruled by Uranus and Saturn. So we're talking about some type of group, club, or affiliation. Also a dream or desire that you may have. Aquarius can represent older siblings and friends of long distance, or friends that are acquaintances. Aquarius is also considered the internet, parties, more than 3 people, okay? Or get-togethers. Doesn't have to be a party. It can be just a get-together of more than 3 people. Aquarius, it is the 11th house in astrology. So it is that definition also when it comes to detachment and freedom, your community. With this activation, it could look like you're getting into a different type of soul tribe. This could be a soul tribe that's connected with the taboo. This could be a soul tribe just in general that helps you, okay? There is inclination of transformation and endings that are coming through. This could also be some type of interaction with the masses. It could be due to your healing. This could indicate you getting healing from a group club or affiliation, whether that be with loss or grief or something that deals with a sabotaging habit. This could also be you creating some type of group club or affiliation that deals with others, right? Pisces has a way of showing up for the unloved, okay? And this could be a time to where you are being involved with those hospitals, those insane asylums, something of maybe humility, serving them in a way of humility. Because on the other hand, we have the 6th house activated with servitude. The 6th house is your health, your daily routines, your daily work and employment. This is also pets, right? Bigger than a goat. 6th house is organizing and detail orientation, co-workers, and self-mastery. Now, this could be a situation of you deciding to let go of some type of situation that dealt with yourself. So say that you were on the internet and you were doing it for yourself and for the fame and recognition. Now, that can come along because the South Node is being released, right? It can come along, but it's mainly for the masses, is to help the masses. So doing things on a daily basis on the internet, whether that is an influencer or whether that is that you work on the internet, okay? That is being released to something new. It could also look like delegation, right? To where you're letting others help you. There's a transformation and an ending that's happening with the 12th house. And it could be that the way that you were before is ending with how you served others, whether that is, at face value, okay, or whether that was in person. There's something changing there, an ending of the way that you used to be in the 6th house. Health being activated. This could be a health of a child, or this could be a health of a lover, or this could be your health, but in a way of having fun. Leo, it is represented by the 5th house in astrology. So Leo deals with children. It deals with friendships and lovers. It deals with fun. It deals with celebrity, popularity, and recognition status, okay? Your dating life, motivation, your talents and genius, right? And that's where we're releasing. And this could be a time to where you are needed. If you are a part of the spiritual world in any way, shape, or form, this is a very, very, very good time to be on the internet, to associate yourself with those of like-minded individuals, whether that is at your local metaphysical store, or if it's you creating a group to help others. You are needed during this time. There will be an awakening also. This could be an awakening of how much you're needed. With Leo activated, we're going through situations of healing the inner child, okay? Leo being in the South Node. And that's for everyone. Everyone is going through, healing that inner child, not being seen the way that they want to be seen. This could be healing relationships of love, right? And if you have already went through that experience, or you had been a person that calls himself a light worker, or calls himself a person of spirituality, or is in the taboo in some way, shape, or form, or has enough faith to share, right? This would be a time to where you are needed within clubs, groups, and affiliations to provide something for the masses, to help the masses with loss and grief, to help them with some type of situation that deals with healing and restoration of past conditioning that they've went through as a child, right? I'm stressing it because you're being called, and there's this calling that you have because 6th house is servitude and 6th house is your daily routine. I do apologize, it's raining if it's really loud. I'm trying to get closer to the mic. Okay. But whenever you're feeling called to do something, it can be an unreasonable desire. Does that make any sense? To where it just doesn't, it wouldn't make sense for a person that's out there trying to get the bag, or that's out there doing things just to do them to get to their ambition. This is an unreasonable desire that you would have, and you would feel it inside of your bones that something needs to change, or I need to implement myself with this group, club, or affiliation. And it could be a goal that you have that is starting to come true. It could be some desire that's starting to come true. Okay, I'm not saying that you can't just do things just to do things, but with a Pisces, it's deeper than that. With the Pisces, it's to make the world a better place, because we have Aquarius in the collective sign of the 12th house, or Aquarius is the collective, and adding that to the 12th house of you want to help. You want to help in the deepest way possible, to change perspectives, to show compassion, to give some type of servitude to them that helps them see themselves the way that you see them. You see their soul, right? And this could be a time that is activated. Now, like I said earlier, it could be that if you're dealing with clubs, groups, and affiliations, or you're dealing with an older sibling, things could be changing. Things could be changing of you talking to them a lot, or it could be the other way around, that you decide to call them every day, right? The North Node is where we're going to. So that's transformation, or it can be an ending of something. All right. You could be pulling back on too much servitude to other people and creating boundaries for yourself so that you can get whatever is necessary to heal done, because the 12th house can be dark night of the soul. And I don't know if you've went through this here lately, but I have. I'm a Pisces sun. I have been going through the dark night of the soul, revolving around groups, clubs, and affiliations, and my desires. Okay. I've also been dealing with loss. 12th house is loss. But I'm Virgo rising. And because of that, I have the 8th house activated with Saturn right now. And so there is death and rebirth consistently happening with my pets, with my cattle, right? With dealing with other people. Oh, goodness. Healing psychologically. You know what I mean? So loss is there, and it could be that maybe that you don't lose anything, but other people have. And this is where you would show them that compassion if you are a medium, if you are dealing with past life regression, dealing with any type of modality of healing and restoration. You know what I mean? Okay. So this could be a situation of a loss of the way that you used to do things, because we're talking about loss in the 12th and 6th house being activated with work, daily routine, health, pets, and your co-workers, right? Excuse me. And this could be a situation of some type of loss of what you've been doing on a daily, or ending that has been happening on a daily, and it changes things for you. Okay? I want to look at planets. I want to look at Uranus. Uranus is the modern ruler of Aquarius, and it has an impact with this transit, and so does Saturn, okay? Because Saturn is also the traditional ruler of Aquarius, and they will both be activated, right? You have instant change with creating a firm foundation and structure with the change that is provided for you, okay? So I'm going to look at Uranus first. Uranus being in Gemini in the 4th house. In the 4th house, it deals with properties, homes, families, nurturing, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, security, ancestral patterns. Things that have happened in the past can be here in that 4th house. 4th house is very private. It is where your emotional body is. It is your emotional security. It can be also any type of security that, you know, that you can think of that makes you feel secure. It doesn't have to be just emotional. Sense of belonging, you know, is here in the 4th house. Foundation. With the 4th house and Uranus being activated, Uranus is bringing up shocking changes that could happen. Shocking changes that could happen for a mother, being a mother, right? There is a chance that children are having children, or you are becoming a mother. This could also be a situation with, there could also be a situation of communication that comes in revolving around a property or a home. And it could deal with tools. It could deal with anything that deals with vehicles. I'm trying to think of Gemini. Give me 1 second. Gemini is tools and vehicles, and it can be working with your hands, ambidextrous, right? It can be communication, your mindset, ideas and documents, moving and movement, media and writing. There are people that are connected with Gemini: aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings. Short distance travel, education, small education, okay, like a certificate, permits, licenses, visas can be connected with that. Productivity, because Gemini, it deals with, you know, lots of movement and busyness and the environment that you grew up in, okay? And this could be a time to where your mom changes living situations, or that you yourself, being a mother, are changing living situations. And it doesn't have to be a mother. It can be just the person that is the nurturing parent in the family, that they're changing things. It could be moving. It could be that they are communicating to you about a new group, club, or affiliation that they're a part of that's helping them, or one that can help you, right? You could move. Properties and homes are activated. You could move. You could also have communication coming through about an availability of some type of property or home, or something that you can use on an emotional scale. Communication about your emotional body. Your mindset is activated, right, with Gemini. And it could be an awakening that's coming through that gives you this nudge to be affiliated with a group, club, or affiliation that is connected with that emotional body. Or there is one out there that you have been waiting on to be affiliated with, right? And it's a desire, because desires are activated with Aquarius. And this could mean that desire is coming true. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Ancestral patterns being activated. Again, I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier about if you are a light worker or psychic or intuitive, that ancestral patterns being activated, you're going to see them for what they are. You're going to forgive the situation for what it is, and you're going to heal it. Okay, that could be something that you're going through with the dark night of the soul. Past situations that may have happened with family, that could be healed. And it could be healed through, it doesn't have to be through you working on it. It can be though. But it could be healed in regards to some type of communication that comes to you. It could be healed at a party of sorts, or an event that is happening. And because that event is happening within the 12th house, that event could be also like a funeral, or it could be some type of wake, or it could be just an event that has something to do with the transformation of your desires that's about to happen, right? We are letting go of that 6th house of, the health situation. Now, the health situation deals with Leo, and that deals with overindulgence of fun, because Leo is fun. Leo is also the ego and being stuck in survival mode when it's in a way of being released. Okay? And this could be a time to where you're understanding how unhealthy it has been doing the things that you have been doing for others. And that could be released. Okay. Unhealthy habits that are sabotaging, and unhealthy ways of being in servitude to other people. Again, I have videos upon Uranus and Saturn, Uranus in Gemini, and Saturn being in Aries in my playlist if you want to take a look to get more of a detailed situation of what's happening within that 4th house, because Uranus can represent shocking changes, but it can also be that awakening. And you could be awakening of things happening around you that weren't necessarily shown before, because that hidden is activated in the 12th, right? The hidden secrets are being shown to you. And that can have something to do with those shocking changes, like There's secrets from your parents. Or there are, things that you didn't notice or have the ability to have the perception before in regards to healing something that deals with that emotional body. I'm seeing if there's anything else here I can tell you with the 4th. I'm going to move on because I have a video upon it. Probably more than one. Because sometimes it works like that. But just look in my playlist and you'll see what shocking changes Uranus is bringing for you. Okay, so I want to look at Saturn and Aries. Saturn and Aries being in that 2nd house. Now, Saturn brings in lessons. It brings in the ability to be a leader. Okay? It'll bring in a lesson of you finding the confidence and courage to build up to that leadership ability. And also structure and discipline is necessary, right, with Saturn being activated in the 2nd. So the 2nd house, it deals with your money, your values, the material things that you value. It deals with your self-worth and confidence, sensual things, like anything that you can smell, taste, touch. Your income, like I said earlier, and spending is a thing here. 2nd house being activated with Saturn. Saturn is trying to teach you about your self-worth and confidence, dealing with the individual you, okay? Because Aries is the individual. It is independence. Aries can also represent military. It can be fiery because it is ruled by Mars. It can be very fiery, whether that is in anger, passion, or whether that is motivation, moving forward, because it's ruled by Mars, right? It can also be represented with cutting a situation, because Mars being cutting, right? It can just leave things where they are. And that being said, with Aries activated with Saturn, there could be some type of individual income that you're cutting out of your life. Or, like I said earlier, that unreasonable desire, that unreasonable passion that you feel inside could be activated and motivated. And Saturn is trying to structure that within you. And it could be that, because you're being structured as a leader in that 2nd house with your self-worth and your money, other things are happening on the outside of that. Like a job, right? A job could be lost, yes, but a job could be gained, okay? And if that's the case, you're gaining an occupation that is better for you, is the best way to put that, because with the desire activated with the Aquarian energy, this job is better for you, okay? It would be indications of maybe awakenings of what to do with a job, okay? It could be a situation of an upgrade for leadership. There could be instances to where you were working under this employer as an employee, and then all of a sudden they come to you and ask you to be a partner. And therefore, you are having that individual income. And self-worth is being activated on an individual scale. And that could have been something of a desire that you had, right? Things can happen like that because your daily routine right here with the 6th house and with co-workers and your daily work and employment, that is changing. It could be that you're deciding to be an owner instead of a manager. That you're starting to delegate that task, that work situation, right? whatever desire that you have in your mind. There could be just, delegation that is needed. And it isn't for just you, it's for everyone. Maybe it's to help out a friend that's in need of some type of work or something to do, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be. But with the second house activated with money, you could already be doing something, okay? And with Aquarius activated, it could be over the internet. You could be on the internet and go viral. That could be something. And then money is coming in that way. This could be a situation of your self-worth being activated because you did go viral. And it changes things on that scale of that confidence that you have. Now, anger is activated. It is activated with this Aries energy. And it could be that you're having a power struggle that's happening with someone of a Saturnian manner. And Saturnian could be that they could be a boss, they could be a leader in some way, shape, or form. They could just be someone that you hold in admiration, that does the job, right? And there could be a power struggle there. This could also look like some power struggles that could happen in regards to being a leader. Okay, it doesn't necessarily have to come from authority figures, but it can be because you are the leader, right? And people need to understand where you stand. And this is a time to where you could be coming in more with understanding and compassion toward those people that are helping you, or toward other people that have lost something, right? The second house, it has a way of showing up with your values. Okay, so the best leader I know is the one that believes in something in a more morality way, right? Of this is why I'm doing what I'm doing, and this is why I believe I should help everyone else, right? And when you understand and see the story, there is compassion that you see upon that leader, and that could be what's happening here, that you are gaining the compassion, you are expressing this out to the masses, okay? Or those people that are helping you delegate the situation, right? Getting the help needed for whatever desire that you have in your mind, that you're no longer having to do it alone, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Now, Saturn could be teaching you lessons of your self-worth. And it can present situations to you to where you are seen and noticed. This could be from a group, club, or affiliation that comes in, or one that you're already a part of, okay? But because it's hitting on an individual scale, and it's trying to structure you with yourself, to see yourself the way God, Source, Universe sees you. I mean, that's the 12th house, And this could be a time to where you're understanding how other people see you right now could be a toxic way. Okay? Like, 12th house can be, some people call it the trash can, right? Where things are just released. That's why there's transformations and endings that are happening, because you're letting go of some type of toxicity. And it could be that there is toxicity connected with groups, clubs, and affiliations, or some type of connection on a social level. It could be maybe your desire that you had before needs to change. Okay? Some type of toxicity that's related to your self-worth on an individual scale, or to your money, or to what you value. Okay? And this could be a time to where that is released because it's not matching up with what you value. You're a different person now than you were when you originally planned on, you know, X, Y, and Z of that career path. Because 6th house in astrology with Leo in the South Node, you're releasing that daily routine, daily work and employment. This is the thing that builds up to that ambition that you have inside. And if that's not the ambition that you have any longer, right, what is the point of doing this over here? You know what I mean? So that is changing. For you to understand what isn't any longer serving you, right? And I think that might be about it, Pisces. So I do have videos. Again, I'm going to repeat. I have videos upon Saturn in Aries and Uranus in Gemini in my playlist. I also have mediums. And if you're interested in my healing techniques, I have a few shorts in regards to that. And I also have a video about healing techniques. Okay. All right, Pisces, thank you for being here. Please like, share, subscribe, and hype the video and comment. Let me know your thoughts on this, and I'll see you next time.